to you here. We've got the green light. It's time to go racing. Right, here is Chocolate versus Heinz.
The race of Hungary. Taking the Czech flag first by 1 second.
Okay. Well, a very warm welcome to everybody watching here at the Zera Esport Twitch channel. My name is Webbo, here to present to you today's 6-hour Masters of Endurance race, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Benza. Benza, how are you doing?
Hi Ed, hello everyone. I'm really waiting for this race. And how about you?
Yeah, can't wait to see how the drivers tackle this formidable Daytona circuit. We have Ballas as well with us as race controller and main broadcaster. Ballas, tell us how the process has been to build up to this amazing spectacle.
Hello everyone, very warm welcome to every viewer. Yeah, it will be a 6 hour race in Road Atlanta. It will be the first round of the Masters of Endurance 2024 season. And yeah, I'm really excited about this, and I really hope everything will be fine in the race, also in the broadcast, also in the race control, and we won't have any technical problems.
Absolutely. We need to, there's a lot of difficulty in organising and running a 6-hour endurance event on the Gran Turismo platform that we all love dearly, but there are some things that it just doesn't do brilliantly well for us, and that is be able to change drivers in the middle of stints. But we have some really clever ways of overcoming that situation. The drivers will race for 2 hours, and then the time intervals will be measured, and then the drivers in stint 2 and in stint 3 will be released at the appropriate time interval from the pit lane after their formation lap. We have 90 laps plus the single formation lap to come for you, as well as, of course, a full qualifying session. The hard and medium tyres are the mandatory tyres. 25% distance of the race is the mandatory allocation for those tyres as well. But if the drivers wish to, they are perfectly welcome to use soft tyres as well. We go morning to night, we go night to morning, then we go morning to afternoon for our setup. And there you can see the race details in terms of fuel and tyre consumption as well. Can't wait to get the drivers trackside. I know everyone is waiting to get going. Ben, so what are you feeling? What are you expecting to see today here at Road Atlanta?
I think qualifying will be really important, even though it's a 6-hour race and everything can happen. But if you get a really good qualifying position and you get out of trouble in the beginning, it can be really helpful for everything.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to seeing how the drivers tackle this ferociously difficult circuit. Actually, it's particularly the first sector. We will see a lot of drivers pushing incredibly hard to navigate the first right-hander of turn 1, then into the elongated S's section before heading into the difficulty of the rest of the lap. It is a long lap. It's a tricky, fiendishly hard circuit to tackle, but the drivers, I'm sure, will have put in an awful lot of practice, Spencer.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's an endurance race, so you have to make sure you don't make any mistake in that 2-hour stint, which is really long. You can get tired, you can get any mistake. So it will be really interesting to see how the drivers tackle this track, as you said.
Definitely. Strategy wise, are you expecting to see the hard tyres be the predominant tyre? I know it's a difficult race tyre, but you do want to minimize the amount of time spent in the pits in Gran Turismo.
Indeed, indeed. And in a long stint, maybe the hard tire will be a really hard and a really tricky tire to use, but in a long run, maybe it will be the fastest. It will be really interesting to see if any other team will make a different strategy or any other idea. It will be really interesting to see.
Absolutely. We've got the Group 3 or GT3 race cars for this season of the Masters of Endurance. The drivers and teams can decide to change which car they've chosen, but they will incur a penalty. We have 4 endurance events for the 2024 Masters of Endurance season. Of course, we start today at Road Atlanta, and then it is a wish list of dream circuits for the rest of the season. In September, we'll be in Suzuka, followed by Monza, and then rounding out the season nearby in the green hell of the Nürburgring Nordschleife for a tremendous Masters of Endurance season this year. We are very grateful to be supported in today's broadcast by Gridfinder, of course, a long-time supporter of the channel, but we can't wait to get on track for that qualifying session that will be coming up for you very, very shortly. And next up, of course, we will get a good introduction as to the teams. We'll get a look at how the teams are preparing, who they have chosen for their qualifying duties as well. Of course, the teams have full ability to choose whoever they feel is most appropriate, but whoever they choose to qualify will have to take on that first stint, Benza. That is really important, how to set the tone for the rest of the 6 hours.
Yeah, maybe the most important stint. So you can lose the first lap. You can lose the race in the first lap. Therefore, the qualifying and the first stint will be absolutely important to master it. So I really interested to see who will qualifying for each and every team and how it will go.
Fantastic. Yeah. Good evening. Welcome to the stream, of course, Totenmester, to Lawless, to Villa Cracovia, to the boss as well, and someone who I can't actually read at the moment because my stream channel has mixed off. But everyone, welcome. We will try and monitor the live chat, and please make sure, if you haven't already, make sure that you're following the Zero Esports channel that you're watching on right now today. We can't wait to try and hit the next milestone in our followers and try to give you the most professional and an exciting broadcast we possibly can today as the drivers getting themselves ready. I can see, sorry, it was Stixer 007 who said hello to everybody as well. So it's great to have everyone with us. You will see Race Control giving various instructions throughout the broadcast, and that will be in the form of the message panel. So you will see the instructions that the drivers will get as we see them from Race Control as well. Everybody watching on, and can't wait really to see how the drivers decide to tackle this qualifying session, and how they balance the risk versus reward. They are not allowed to take the quick pause menu route back to the garages, so they do have to plan this whole qualifying session out, Benza, to make sure that things run really smoothly.
Yep, indeed, and it will be a good addition that you have to make sure that the tactic for the qualifying is perfect, that there is no mess up, and yeah, as I said, and I can't say enough times, it's really important to get a really good place on that grid for the race, because if you get qualifying in the middle of the pack or the end of the pack, it can have anything can happen on the first turn, on the first lap. Therefore, it will be a really interesting thing to see, and yeah.
There are plenty of areas on this track to make mistakes as well, and
Indeed.
of course the track does narrow up in many places, so navigating traffic, if traffic will exist, obviously everyone, this is single make or at least a single level. There are no different classes being challenged today in the Masters of Endurance, but you still do get drivers on different strategies, drivers at the back of the grid, and the front runners having to navigate them. You'll see, as we see on screen at the moment, you'll see plenty of flashing lights, I'm sure, especially in the night period, just to make sure that the drivers are checking their mirrors, because you've just got to have that kind of awareness. But hopefully their team engineers, their co-drivers are sitting, watching the stream as well, and getting ready to just communicate with the drivers, make sure that they know, Benza, what they've got to be aware of on track.
Yeah, and navigate through traffic, especially in the middle of the race or the third stint. It will be really, really a special and a really important part, because if you get stuck in traffic, you can lose several times, and you may lose positions because of that. So it will be really good to see and really interesting to see how the drivers can navigate through traffic.
What's interesting here is Portas Janela says, I can't wait to see the rivals' car choices. We'll see them very soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we
know
can turn
that,
to this because we have a team
let's go and
show.
have a look then.
Yeah. They can't wait for that.
Well, there you
Let's
go.
the
You get
qualified
exactly what you're
teams
looking for.
of the 6 Hours of Road Atlanta, the two lineups of Elite Racing Squad, Haribo and Protein from Poland. With the GGT3. And the CU Esport team with the 911 GT3 RSR. Lolo, Malvi and Mallory. French team A-Sport, also Porsche, Marco Inisan and Crepin behind the wheel. The debuting Portuguese team Predator crew with the McLaren, and also the debuting Pitbull Racing team from Poland with the GTR. And we have another Porsche team. Their name is Project Multi 21, Van Sabo and Borbe. Race Online Hungary was finished in the second position at last time in 6 hours of Nürburgring, and we have 3 lineups from After Racing Esport with racing with France, second lineup, first line, 3 different cars, Lexus, Porsche and Mercedes, and we have a world champion. His name is Adam Tapai, and our team, Zero Esport, with Porsche. His name is Pitzul, with a very special livery for this championship.
Fantastic. Some great looking cars, some interesting choices, and there'll be distinct difference between the performance. What's really caught my eye there, Benza, is that the team, the actor team, have chosen 3 different machines. So the big difference between the teammates, or are they just hedging their bets to see make sure one of them is the right choice?
It was really weird to see, but several car choices, and the Porsche dominates the car choices since it has really good. It can handle the tire really well, but it's fun to see that several cars were chosen and not just 1 or 2. So another interesting factor to this race.
Definitely, can't wait to see how the drivers will start to look and feel the track out in qualifying, which is coming up for you in just a minute or 2. Hello to Mike Porto, to Mr. Hudas as well. There's plenty of love in the live chat for Acta. They've got 3 cars representing, and anybody else here to cheer on their teammates, or at least to engineer for their teammates, let us know in the live chat. Give us a follow, of course, as well. But yeah, we can't wait to get the cars on track. Can't be very long now, because we've got qualifying scheduled very soon. So it should be into the lobby, into the paddock for Road Atlanta. It's a 2.54 mile lap, which I believe is something around 4.6 kilometers, something around that kind of length. It's not very long for an endurance event to take place, and of course it's going to be a wildly different situation for the final race of the Masters of Endurance at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We've got some great activity planned for you. We've got some fantastic coverage as well soon to come. We've got replays, we've got all kinds of fantastic setup for you, but hopefully trackside very soon. Benza, did you have a favorite pick of the liveries that we've got a quick look at there from the outset?
I have to go for the Zira. I just have to go.
Absolutely, that was a very
but
special
before,
livery.
guys, before we jump into the lobby, we have another showdown that we must play for the viewers. This is those without whom this could not be realized. The commentator team: Marco, Bence, Webo, and Paitsi. Our race control team: Toten, Sabi, Yuka, and Choki. And let me introduce myself. Behind the scenes, the broadcaster, it's me, Bashi. You have already deserved a really good sentence of this. Thank you, guys. Let's jump in to the qualifying. We are on the outlap.
Let's get trackside and see the drivers. Hello to Miguel, who joins us as well in the live chat. And let's see how the drivers are shaping up here. We've got JDRTs in the car at the moment. And this is for the ACTA team. Heading way over the crest. You can see the fantastic camera angles that this track allows for as we head into the double right-hander of turn 6 and 7 now. Car's looking very interesting. You can see that a lot of work has gone into these liveries, which is fantastic to see. It's great that the drivers really the teams go to such strong efforts. And we have a fairly gentle wind, a northerly 1.6 meter per second wind. And there you see, just in front of the car we're focusing on at the moment, you see the other ACTA car that has chosen to use an orange split down the middle, just to make our lives a little bit more difficult. And I think someone has just gone off in turn 1 as well, down towards the start-finish line. I think it might be the car I was actually speaking of. There we are, indeed. So they were just off in the Porsche, but hopefully just getting the car warmed up and ready to go, Benza.
Yep, just about time maybe. And we'll see how they can tackle this qualifying in the Lexus.
I love this camera angle. The Apex focus camera angle makes you feel like a passenger who hasn't been strapped very tightly into any seatbelts, and you're being thrown around quite a lot.
Yeah,
as we
left
look
and
down
right.
towards the Apex, it's not suitable for people who have motion sickness. So my apologies if you are one of those unfortunate people. But it's great. It really shows a lot of activity in the car. A half-second penalty already, actually, given by Gran Turismo. And that's going to hurt, of course, your qualifying time. But this is about getting a banker lap in at the moment, Benza, and just getting familiarized and getting your setup together and ready for this qualifying period.
Indeed, and the first lap is really crucial because if you have a good banker, you can build your confidence in that. But if you mess up, you might have a little bit lower confidence throughout the qualifying, and it can hurt maybe a little bit.
Absolutely. We have one of those situations there with the corner numbering, which is actually kind of annoying in this circuit, because you have the left-right chicane of 10A and 10B, But then you have turns 11 and 12, which pretty much aren't really even turns coming out of there. And they're sort of numbered separately. We do have 12 turns. It does look like that if you go ahead and count all the turns, but some of them just don't have turn numbers because they're full throttle sequences. There you can see the amazing snaking section as the drivers run downhill through the S's and then back uphill again on a short straight down towards the southern tip of the circuit, that turn 6 and 7 double right-hander, which we love to see. It's fantastic to see some great conditions for racing out there. Looks like it's absolutely perfect for everybody, as Miguel is cheering on Predator team, and Kinmis also says hello. Great to have so many of you joining us today. We're going to have a really fun session, and part of that fun that we have will be by the live audience, of course, as usual. Here we have the actor team, Winman in the car at the moment, and he is just making some room for himself here, Benser, on the racetrack.
Yeah, indeed. And as we saw in the middle of the lap, the turn 6, turn 7 side can really painful for penalties, which will be a huge factor in the race as well. And we see the drivers made 2 laps already, and the pack seems really tight. The differences are really tight in the front, so it will be a hell of a qualifying.
Absolutely. Looks like Michaelides, though, in the lead at the moment, ahead of Nowak and Delbar. Then in third position right now. Of course, very much a team sport, team endurance battle that we have for everybody today. That's the 6 hours of Road Atlanta. Just a short qualifying period, though, and then plenty of work to do in the race to make sure. But there was a long journey to get to this point with qualification groups. And as Balázs was talking about at the start of the coverage today, several new teams have actually qualified for the first time here at the Masters of Endurance. And we look forward to seeing how they shake up the order, how they are going to produce the goods. I wonder, though, how the drivers and the teams will be making decisions as to who goes first on the track. Do you save your best for last, or do you put them in the middle stint? Or do you actually decide to get the best lead that you possibly can, especially perhaps, Spencer, in an endurance event style where you can't really have retirements or mechanical issues? People can fade out the race and have a disconnection, but that is an element that you can't really factor for here. So often in endurance racing, you don't save your best drivers till the end because you may suffer some sort of mechanical. Here, less of a problem.
Yeah, and you can't plan these factors, but for my instinct, I would put the best driver for the first stint to set a tone, to build a confidence for the team. Or maybe the last. I wouldn't put my best man on the middle stint, but if we have a slight issue in the first stint, you might have to just save a bit of issue there. Let's hope that the game sound will come back if we see the live stream. And just another factor, the drivers came to the pits. That's the main tactic, as we saw. They made 2 or 3 hot laps, then went to the pits for a new tire.
Absolutely. The standings at the moment, after almost 7 minutes, Michaelides still on top by a quarter of a second, a significant margin for such a tight field with Nowak in second. We have Delbar in third position. Then comes Actors Nobber and Cubinator. In fifth place, we have Vituris from the Greek team in P6. Matuz Lesica in seventh and A72 in the P8 position at the moment. Will it stay this way? You see the Elite Racing Squad Haribo car here. They have 2 different main title sponsors for their cars, which is a nice bit of class. We've got a protein supplier and a Haribo, somewhat different in terms of nutrition preparation for the race, but hopefully the Haribo will keep the team awake.
Indeed. And
so yes, we are suffering a few little technical issues. Thank you to Cracovia and to Porta Ciginellas. We are working furiously in the background to try and give you some more saturated view in the color scheme and of course some game sound. But we'll do our best to cover for the period at the moment. Look at that gap though between P2 and P3 at the moment, as Nowak is defending a 300th of a second gap to P3 from Delbar. This is ferociously close, and we'll see how he goes. This is obviously a fast lap for him right now, Benza.
And it's quite fascinating that Michailidis made a quarter of a second in such a short track. It's a brilliant lap from him. But otherwise, from P2 to P3 and from down there, it's really tight. And for the new tires, maybe everyone can make a bit of time.
Yeah, it's the track is evolving. Nowak is pushing incredibly hard. You can see the car just crabbing sideways slightly over the turn 5, which will hurt him all the way down to turn 6. Now he'll start to get back on terms, and he's really using the extreme edges of the racetrack as he chases down the time of Michailidis at the moment, a 1:16.235, significantly quicker right now than this elite team car of Nowak, but he's pushing. He's really pushing hard. We'll see. This is a slower lap from him than he has done before. So we are. He's got a lot of work to do, and hopefully he's prepared the car for the next flying lap. 9.5 minutes have gone, and he's actually bailing already, Benza, straight back into the pits for this one.
That's very interesting that he didn't try another lap, or maybe he tries another soft tire. He struggled really on in the middle of the lap, and it will be really interesting to see that the Haribo can be a bit calmer and a bit faster in this track.
Calmer on Haribo is not what I would expect, quite frankly. Here is Delbar chasing down then. He's going to work really hard to try and close that 300th of a second gap. He's actually only got 0.126 over Chucky as well in P4. So P3 right now, and he's close through the first sector. That's an impressive first sector. Let's see if he can hold on to the performance through the second 2 sectors of the lap.
Yeah, with the Porsche, he can slice through the corners really well. I think the Porsche might be the best, and the Cape Sound, as I hear, came alive. And so I think the Porsche is the best selection for this track, but I might be wrong.
He needs to absolutely monster this final sector and this final chicane in order to gain some time. He was 88 thousandths of a second away from his personal best, so he needs to find a 10th of a second in this final sector. Stretches for the line, does Delbar, and it's a slower lap, and that was a really poor final sector, so pushing too hard at that point. So Delbar struggling to get through. We've seen Nowak still in second. We've seen some fastest laps from the drivers at the moment. I think that flashed up as Cubinator, perhaps one of the new fastest lap right now. And with just a short while left to go in qualifying, those times are going to tumble very quickly, as we've got Birol has just set a new time as well. So that's good for him. But the order at the front isn't changing. Michailidis, Nowak, Delbar and Chokne, P1 to 4 at the moment. And now you can see possibly a problem with traffic here, Benza, starting to affect Nowak.
Yes, hopefully it won't hurt him. And the problem is, when you hit a good time, you hit a brick wall, and it's really hard to keep or just maintain this pace or improve by half a tenth. It's really hard to see. And as we saw many of times in this qualifying, the drivers trying really hard, maybe too hard, to try to get that 1/10, that 2/10. But this lap can be really good, and the traffic won't hurt him. Might.
Yeah, Nowak, he's up on his fastest lap. He's not going to damage the bid for pole position here at the moment, as the driver in front of him on the track peels off into the pits. Here comes Nowak then. I think I'm expecting a faster time. It is faster. It's almost a 10th of a second faster, and he's almost half the gap to Michailidis at the front of the field. Michailidis on track at the moment, defending that lead. I think he's back into the pits straight away, in fact. Here is the pitbull team. And I quite fancy this Nismo GTR. I think it's a very interesting choice. It's usually a little bit taller than the other cars, so aerodynamically it takes a bit of a beating. But there is a bit of a bias in Gran Turismo toward the Japanese manufacturer's performance. You have to say, Benson.
Indeed, and I think they are the only one who chose the Nissan GTR. So
Yeah.
we have to see that. Maybe it's a tactical masterclass or just a bit of mistake. We'll have to see.
I think it suits their livery as well. It's a mean looking machine, is that GTR Nismo. So
It's a hard
if they're going to
fighter,
choose
yeah.
the name Pitbull, then they're definitely winning in terms of intimidation tactics. Here is Winneman then, and then we go over to Piryush, excuse me, in the FTE team, and this is a nice looking car as well. I haven't seen this one up close and personal yet. They've even got the Eiffel Tower down the middle of the middle of the car. They haven't quite gone to the extreme of putting a baguette on it, but they've gone very, very French, haven't they?
I love this. I love this livery. It's up for the top for me. Yeah, indeed. It just missed the baguette, and it will be perfect.
Or a beret on top, perhaps, as well. So we shall say a Piryush for the FTE team. There'll be a lot in the order than they were hoping for here, as they're into their 11th lap of qualifying, some of these drivers. Here is Szabo in P12 for, this is for the Project Multi 21 team. Nice name for an interesting moment in motorsport history.
They won't have the opportunity to pull Multi 21 in this.
No.
In this, but excellent name choice.
So Szabo in the car, we've got Pence and Borbeli, who will be co-driving this one. As getting through the order, and now we join with Biro here, and he is driving for the Predator crew. Interesting to choose the McLaren as well, and the McLaren is going to be a very well-behaved car over the fast corners, perhaps less so on the straights.
Yeah, indeed, and as I saw that the non-Porsche cars are in the second pack of the field, maybe it can change, and maybe in the race it can be turned around. But right now, the Porsche cars seems better.
Definitely, it is. You highlighted that it was a popular choice. We have a sprinkling of other cars, particularly the Mercedes, that we haven't seen too closely yet. But then we've also got the Nismo and the McLaren open choice. They had a huge amount of cars they could have chosen from here. And there's one of the other McLarens then, Vetouris, who is running at the moment for the Greek team, waving the Greek flag as well. So that's fantastic to see. Really nice looking color scheme, actually. I'm quite impressed with this one. The gloss gold highlights really glinting in the sun here, Benson.
Yeah, every team made absolutely incredible work with their liveries. Every time I see a new car, I just love every livery.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that we value so highly in Gran Turismo 7 is the livery editor. It's so accessible to the drivers, and it really allows for this kind of franchise racing that is so important. There is a half-second penalty given to the Greek car at the moment, unfortunately, and it's worse. It doesn't just cost half a second. It is half a second off throttle, and that hurts in the long run down towards the final few corners here. We're being told by Portas Janelles that Birol is a controller player, so that is even harder. But again, another factor of Gran Turismo that really allows for lots of drivers with different levels of equipment to compete at the same in the same level, which I really like. I like the fact that ever since we've seen the likes of GT Academy, it has been very, very accessible to drivers with just basic PS5 equipment, Benson.
Yeah, we did, and he's a controller player, which can be really interesting. That in that 2-hour stint, is it easier or is it harder to have a controller in your hands than driving with a wheel? It's an interesting factor as well.
Definitely, definitely, and I find racing with a controller, I can't do it anymore. I just really struggle to go back to that. If I'm ever playing two player split screen or anything, I just find it really difficult. But you're right, there's so much less you can do with your hands if you need to take a quick break or you need to rest a hand. You really can't do it. And I also found recently, having broken my right hand, using the trigger buttons incredibly difficult until my hand mended. So it is a tricky one. Here is then the protein car for the elite racing squad. One of those Mercedes AMG GT3s that I was talking about earlier. The engine mounted just behind the front axle in these cars, so it really does feel much more like a mid-engined rear-wheel drive car than a front-engine car. When you're driving it, it's an absolute monstrously sized grille and splitter at the front, but that is all empty space right at the front of the car. Here is then the Zero Esports special livery for today. It's absolutely brilliant. You've got to love this one. Taking some inspiration from the Rexy car, but also then converting it into something very different, Benson.
Yeah, and as I said, it's the top of the list. But it's interesting to see that how Chuckney drives. He's really attacking every corner, and we see if that pays off. Maybe the Porsche has the best handling out of these cars. Otherwise, and the McLaren, maybe these two. But it will be really interesting to see that Chuckney can improve, and he is improving a little bit. But he has to improve a bit more to attack P2, P3 or P1.
P4 at the moment, he does need to defend that P4 as well. 5,000ths of a second between himself and Matthias Lessica. Here he comes then out of the final two corners to cross over the line. It is a slightly slower lap, in fact, and it just the last chicane just cost him some performance there, unfortunately. Welcome to Melvin as well, who joins us in the live chat, and some insight there from Portas y Llaneras was that we went for a car that everyone could drive. So they obviously not choosing a car for ultimate laps, ultimate lap time for one driver, very much about trying to make everybody happy. Here is then the final few laps. We've ticked over the 20th minute. It is running tremendously for Michailidis, whose gap is 1/10 of a second, 1.5 tenths to Nowak, who has a similar gap over Delbar in third position as we build towards the closing few meters of this Road Atlanta circuit for this brilliant Masters of Endurance event. Here comes Nowak to cross the line. No improvement from him. In fact, quite a slow lap that time. Looks like several cars already done and dusted. Is anybody able to improve at this stage, Spencer?
It seems that's our lineup for the race. Michailidis, Nowak and Delbar made absolutely incredible work in the front. Especially, I want to say Nowak made a really good lap, because Michailidis made such a huge advantage from the pack, but Nowak came really close, so it can be a really good tactical battle in the race as well.
Definitely. Qualifying is not everything, but it means a lot to these drivers as A72 crossed the line there in 6th position. We just run through the order then to see if anyone else is running. There is that striking blue car of the French Team Esports. Very nice indeed. And then we run with the Race Online Hungary team. We haven't seen them yet, but we will, of course, have plenty of time to see them in the race. This is your pole sitter. It's Michailidis with a tremendous performance in car number 14. He's not going to see out of that back window very easily with the Hungarian flag covering it, but he's got his mirrors, I'm sure, and he'll be okay. Portas y Llaneras talking about the tyre wear is double using a controller, and your fingers get very tired. Yeah, it's certainly about having respect for everybody racing today, but I do think physically, at least on the fingers, for sure, it's a much harder situation to go. Hello to Jocko as well, who says salut. Good to have you. And if my Portuguese is correct, Portas e Janelas means doors and windows. So an interesting gamer tag or Twitch handle there for us. Here then is how things stand for your 6 hours race to begin. Of course, we'll do it in a 2-hour slot at the moment, but we'll be on track for you very shortly. And anybody in that list there, Benson, that you think underperformed in qualifying?
Not really. I think it went really well for the qualifying for every driver. And as you said, it's a 6-hour race. So even though you made it P8 or P10 or P12, you can get it back and you can improve positions really, really easily and in a very short time.
Absolutely, it's. I can't wait to see how the drivers tackle the first few laps and into the deep portions of the race where they come to bring their strategies to bear. Do you anticipate anybody being aggressive, so aggressive that they put the soft tires on right from the start here, Benson?
I wouldn't get too aggressive if I was drive. I would just try to survive the first laps. And as I read the chat, and I thought you had a really good fun fact about this Portuguese. It was an interesting fact. And as I saw, you were right.
Hello to Cracovia as well, who says is cheering on PRT. So that's fantastic. We will see how the drivers tackle this tremendous race in front of them. They will have a formation lap. They will get running, and we'll have a rolling start, I think, for the race. I'm sure Ballas will correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, we will have
but,
a rolling start, and the start will be on the back straight.
Fantastic. So there you go. Race controller, broadcaster, and controller of everything here at Zero. We'll make sure everything is. As Mike says, he and Telmo are also controller players for Predator. Tire wear is really hard to manage. Here we go then. Getting to start our formation lap with Michaelides in the Race Online Hungary car, ready to go, and it's an attractive livery. It's got the nice orange flashes there and a kind of navy blue. We'll enjoy the liveries for a short while, but we'll be going into night conditions as we close out our first 2 hours here, Benson.
Yeah, it's just monstrous to see 91 laps. It's so many laps to do and to perfect it, just not making any mistakes. Some half-a-second penalties won't hurt that much, but if you make a bigger mistake, it can cost the whole team. So you have to be really cautious and precious throughout the race, so you won't hurt the whole teamwork.
Absolutely. Well, I can't see at the moment any tyre choices from the drivers, but I anticipate the medium tyre will be what the drivers spend most of their time on, because it is the better of the race tyres. But as I said before at the start of the proceedings, they have to fulfill 25% distance on both the medium and the hard, and that is 25% distance of the entire 6 hours. So you can have a driver who races 2 hours on one compound of tyre if they so wish. It's perfectly possible, as the race control asks the drivers to go to double file now, side by side, for the rolling start. Give us an extra little bit of drama, and we'll be released any moment. There is the penalty marker where the drivers will go off throttle in the long run down towards turns 10A and 10B, the chicane at the end of the light, and it's green lights. Let's go racing, and immediately Zero Esports with a tremendous launch. Some people are going to call hacks on that one, but he anticipated it beautifully. Straight into the lead in the bright yellow animalistic car, and car number 73 straight into the lead of Chucky with Noak Delpa, and Michaelides, your pole sitter, down into fourth position, was not necessarily getting the launch away that he wanted as we look back from the leader at this time. Now we switch down to Noak as he is being chased down, the Haribo car being chased down by the all-black Delpa, who is looking for a way through, but it's Michaelides, Spencer, who's gone straight down to fourth.
Wow, and Chucky already broke the slipstream as well. It was a really weird race start that Michailidis just stuck there and lost 3 positions in one straight. The race is getting more exciting.
Yeah, obviously. We're going to
Yes,
have a
sir.
look at this restart from the perspective of the Zera Esports car in 4th position. He's waiting for the command to go. And they're all in a voice chat together, so they will all be aware similarly of the command. But there it goes. A great initial launch, and just timed it perfectly, Benson.
It was a perfect launch and perfect timing as well. I don't know if anyone made that quick reaction as Choknyai in the middle of the pack, but he was really fast in there. However, Novak just came really close to Choknyai.
Yeah, he has caught very quickly, and it looks like Michailidis has got past Delbar as well. So Delbar was having a go at an overtake of Nowak, and I think that he may have cost himself that 3rd position, trying to gain 2nd place at this early stage of the race. It is Chokne from Nowak, from Michailidis and Delbar, Mateusz Lesica in 5th, and Nova and Cubinator 6th and 7th, with Sabo down in 8th place. Early fastest lap here for Nowak. Usually you see the leader getting the fastest lap as he climbs all over the curbs in the S's, goes through turn 5, then we've got a short straight down, and you can see just behind, here comes Michailidis, looking for that inside line, not defended too hard from Nowak. He wasn't interested at this stage in going wheel to wheel around turn 6 and 7, and Michailidis into 2nd place and pushing hard. I think there was a flash of the lights, or at least the sunlight was glinting off his headlights as he's keen to get that lead back now, Benson.
Yeah, it was a wise choice from Novak. He plays the long game, and he's on the right tires, and Michailidis on the mediums, so it was doubly a wise choice from him.
Sniff down the inside. That was a late dive bomb move from Michailidis. I thought he was going to have to get out of that one. Certainly, Chucky had to leave some room at the apex. It has worked for Michailidis, but it could have gone very wrong there. As now you can see, Chucky has dropped down, I think, or at least is being significantly challenged by Nowak in the background of this shot, because he was so hampered going into turns 10A and 10B. And in fact, they're side by side as they tackle the S's here at the start of lap 4. But he has been able to get that launch back. And then you can see the hard tyres on Nowak's car as we ride on board with him. We've got Delbar and Nova behind for Acta in 5th position. Plenty of love for Acta here, as there is for FTE, as Stixer is cheering on the FTE team. But Michailidis in the lead, and it's a significant lead at that. It's about 3 seconds already because of that dive bomb. What did you make of that move?
It was a really aggressive dive bomb, but it made it work, and he made the corner very easily. The interesting thing will be tactically that Michailidis is in the mediums, and he's just running away from the whole pack.
Yeah.
But Choknyai, Novak, and Delbart are on the hards, so maybe the interesting thing will be that they will work together or they will fight, and maybe it will cause Michailidis an even easier first stint.
We're going to look at that move again. I think we're going to try and look at that move again anyway. Here is Nowak then right behind Chokne as Michailidis is disappearing. And this will work if he uses those medium tyres to good effect. Of course, he's in the best position to make the best use of those medium tyres. No one in front of him, no traffic to contend with. And he can now push to the maximum until the first pit stops to try and make sure that his run is the best. I would say though, one of the things that is unique about Gran Turismo is that you have no ability to change the starting fuel. You are always on full tanks of fuel, and usually the medium tyres and the soft tyres work best if you can have smaller fuel tanks, because you're effectively running the race at its absolute fastest, the race car at its fastest for the entire length of the stint. No fuel, full tank of fuel with hard tyres, perfect. You can run until you're dry and then refuel and re-tyre. But if you're doing it on medium tyres, you are making life a little bit harder for yourself, Benson.
Yeah, and Michailidis made a risk there at the start, especially on the mediums. If he would get overtaken, as he was fourth in the beginning, if he would stuck there for 5, 6, 7 laps, this strategy would be so much worse. But he made it work really well, and it paid off because he built an enormous advantage, as we saw.
I'll tell you someone who the medium tyres aren't working out for. It's this A72 on screen at the moment. He has obviously had a problem at the beginning of the race. He's off the cycle here. He's picked up a little bit of temporary damage on the car as well for the front left and the front wing right now. It looks like we just potentially had Nobber disappear from the server. So there could be something affecting the team's car or the connection in at the moment. We'll try, obviously, to get him back, but he certainly seems to have dropped down. We're down to 12 runners at the moment. Here, then, is your second and third positions, Noah Konchocki with Michailidis, some 6 seconds clear at the front, making full use of those medium tyres beautifully as we run through. It's also Delbar in the Belgian driver in P4 at the moment, as Portas Generales is unfortunate to suffer a disco at this early stage, just lap 6. But it happens, and it's one of the hazards, Spencer, of sim racing.
Yeah, you have to just make. Yeah, it's really hard when you just train and do everything, but after 6 laps, it can happen. It's a technical sport in esports as well. Another technical, not as well or not the same as in normal car racing, but it's a technical sport, and mistakes and issues can happen. It's a big shame, and as we see, the P2 to P4, they calm down a little bit, and as I mentioned, they might try just have a calm few laps, get themselves and their confidence together, and maybe attack later.
Absolutely. Running through the order, then you can see the different cars and the different tyre selections. I did see medium tyres on one of the mid runners as well. So we've got medium tyres at the front, the middle, and the back of the race right now, having very different fortunes. Here is Michailidis in the Race Online Hungary. Enjoy watching this, because it looks like at this stage, for this stint at least, we probably won't spend a lot of time watching Michailidis, because he's out there on his own, 7.7 seconds in the lead. As we have a look at the start again, this is the side-by-side start that we had, and check out that yellow car behind Bensa.
Yeah, and check out Michailidis, how he lost all 3 positions. They switched up from P4 to P1, and yeah, Chokney just launched beautifully, and it's interesting to see how Michailidis came to 4th. Yeah, on the straight already he was 4th, so 3 cars jumped him.
That's right. We had the release at the back of the circuit instead of the start-finish line, so that the drivers can make sure that we get them organised side by side. It didn't work out for Michailidis, but he's certainly remained incredibly calm. He's actually building the speed at the moment. Looks like he's a purple sector for him, this sector, and he set the fastest lap on lap 5. So still enjoying a lot of grip out there at the moment on those medium tyres, but that will start to tail off as we passes through the second sector, and that's also purple. So it looks like it's going to be a new fastest lap potentially here for Michailidis. Running through the order, then you can see the drivers, apart from Michailidis, everyone on the back straight right now. There is the FTE car of Pirouche, and behind him Birel. Everybody else on that main straight, but Michailidis comes through. Is this going to be a new fastest lap, I wonder, for him? Suddenly disappeared, our fastest lap indicator on the screen. So not quite sure what's happened there, but here we have then the replay of the start, and this is from the perspective of P2. Look at the mirrors. You can see the yellow car just creeping forward, and then it's just going to be, they were running. I wondered if there was a difference in gear selection, but certainly second place here was in first gear and ready to go. But clearly a really good second phase of the start there for the Zero Esports car, and straight into the lead. But it didn't last very long. Unfortunately, Michailidis quality car 14 has come through the order and back into the front. He's now 10 seconds in the lead, but his tyres will run out soon. It's certainly full tank of fuel is definitely going to be chewing up those medium tyres quickly. You can see the vast majority of the grid though right now on the hard tyres, enjoying the sunshine. The hard tyres may not perform quite as well, perhaps, in the cooler temperatures of the night. Looks like we've got some side-by-side racing here. That is Szabo just giving up a position, I think, to Winnerman for Acta. So the orange Acta car just gaining a position into P7. You can see Szabo, I think, perhaps, Spencer, there's a sign that Szabo on the medium tyres is starting to lose grip.
Yeah, we can see that how he struggles through the corners, and it's 10 laps. I'm really interested to see that how Michailidis can hold their tires in that stint or in these laps. And yeah, for the start, just to mention it, yes, it will be investigated for sure that how Csoknyai launch time was in green light or not. But the Porsche has a really good launch as well, so he had an advantage on the other cars.
This is
Um,
true.
and on the other hand, Michailidis is driving the Subaru, if I'm not wrong, and they are the only team that choose the Subaru, and it has absolutely brilliant pace as well.
Indeed. Here is Vituris, who is for the Greek team, catching Szabo, using the slipstream here, tucked right up underneath that rear wing. Szabo making him go the long way round. If he can just get the nose ahead, he'll have the inside line for the second part of turn 10, but there was a little bit of contact there, I think, and Vituris couldn't quite make it around the outside of the corner, and it's slowing him down in his pursuit of Winnerman's P7 as well. But Vituris won't be feeling too happy about that maneuver.
No, definitely not. And it cost him so much time because he has to attack again, and we see that Szabo struggles really hard and really much with these medium tires.
Definitely, it is becoming problematic now for Szabo, and I wonder at what point do you think, well, if the tyres aren't working and I'm losing ground to the drivers around me, maybe it's time to get in a quicker lap, get a better tyre, a race tyre on here. Here is then the perspective of the Greek driver who tried to turn into the corner. He was slightly ahead, but Szabo, I think, lost the car at the apex and just couldn't get the car stopped. Trying, of course, to challenge, but he is on the worst tyre. And of course, you have to say that the Greek driver Vituris did put himself in a dangerous position, which is on the outside of somebody. And if you can't make the corner, you are always relying in that maneuver on the car on the inside, getting the corner correct. And if they don't get it correctly, you're going to come into contact. So here, though, we've got a dive bomb coming. Is that a dive bomb? No, it's a great little release of the car down the main straight, using the slipstream. This is a replay of how the second place on the track changed. It looks like Delbar has also got past Choki, and Choki's struggling at the moment, it looks like, Benza.
Yeah, Choki was third, and I think, I don't know, it seemed like Choki just lifted and let Delbar through. It seemed like for me. Maybe he just wants the
I think that might be a penalty then.
Oh yeah,
It could be a
penalty
penalty.
fact. Yeah, because it was a bit weird that lift. Yeah, it has to be the penalty. However, Choki can make it a bit right and a bit better if he can go back to the slipstream. He can maybe just save a bit of fuel and tire, but as I saw, he was out of the slipstream.
Absolutely. Welcome to Karakaz, who joins to cheer on the Predators team. And we're riding on board PRT at the moment. This is Cubinator, who is heading down into the chicane at the end of the lap. And he's trying to tuck into the slipstream, driving a larger car, of course. This is the Predator this is the Pitbull Racing team. We've got two PRTs, which is a little bit confusing for us. But this is the Pitbull, this is the Nismo GTR. And he'll be very glad of using the two cars in front of him to punch a hole in the air, because he's driving the tallest car in the grid at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. And another fun thing that I will make sure that we follow, that the Acta teams, if we saw that correctly, they use 3 different cars, which is a really...
Yes.
It was weird for me, but the teams can have their own opinions, but it will be an interesting thing that which team will be the fastest and which car was the best choice.
I think the hardest thing for the team is going to be making the liveries look identical as well on 3 different manufacturers of car. Here is that mean-looking Chucky car number 73 chasing down Delbar, and he's got a good slipstream going at the moment as they pass underneath the helicopter. Delbar did manage to take the position from Chucky, but Chucky is closing in, or at least staying very level here, as you can see the front left and rear right. Front left and rear left of the cars. That is where all the tyre wear is coming. The front right tyre hardly being used at all on these hard tyres, so it's really, really interesting. Portis Janelle is saying that the GTR and Porsches are going to make one more stop than the Mercs and the McLarens potentially. So we will see, because the Porsche has been the favoured car among the crowd, but it is not leading this race. It is the Subaru of Michaelides, who is 16 seconds in the lead in the first stint. And look at his tyre wear. He's actually performing some tyre miracles right now. Lap 14, and he has similar left-hand side tyre wear as some of the hard runners already, Benza, despite pushing this hard.
And just look at these lap times. He just didn't lose any lap time. He made 17 ends and 18 outs the whole time.
Yeah,
he didn't make any mistake, and he's just brilliant. As we see, however, if you see Novak, he's slower, of course, because of the hard tires, but he keeps that lap times similar as Michaelides.
yeah.
But this caused a second per lap, which can be costly. It will be an interesting factor that when Michaelides goes on the hards and Novak, Csoknyai, Delbar goes on the medium, can this difference be lowered or came back, or yeah, I don't know. Michaelides is really, really fast in this stand.
Absolutely, yeah. A second to a second and a half difference on the medium tyre around this short circuit can't all be explained by the tyres. And we know that Michaelides was the fastest in qualifying as well, but more than a second, I think, is quite a lot. But we've got some great battling going on here. Looking back across the rear wing from Delbar to Cubinator in the Nismo GTR for the Pitbull team. But he's also looking frontways and trying to find a way through. So he's stuck in at the moment. He's giving a slipstream and he's taking a slipstream, but he right now can't seem to find a way through. Another good-looking team here for the liveries, and as you were saying, Benza, earlier, all the teams have gone to extreme lengths to make these cars look fantastic for the 6 hours of Road Atlanta Masters of Endurance race that we're enjoying here on the Zera Esport channel. Of course, as we run down then, some great challenging going on between P3, 4, 5 as we ride on board P5. Looking to see if anyone decides that a pit stop is a good idea if they're being held up. But Nowak and Michaelides out there in front at the moment. Nowak seem to be drifting quite a bit in the Mercedes. Seems to get a good front end and then be continually trying to chase the rear end of the car. Whereas these other ones in the P3, 4, 5 looking a lot more planted on the racetrack. Certainly the Nismo looking very, very good on the rails at the moment. The two Porsches in front seeming to be a little bit less smooth, perhaps, but we shall see if that bears any fruit later on. Will they be saving fuel, do you think, the two drivers behind Chucky at the moment?
Yeah, it could be a good tactic for Delbar, for example. When you drive in the slipstream, you can save fuel, you can save tires, and in a long game, it can be really, really advantageous. However, the factor you mentioned earlier, that Pitbull livery is really aggressive, and he might just make pure head games and intimidating the two Porsche cars in front of him.
You can't relax if you have a Pitbull behind you, for sure. So that will be something that the driver in Delbar's position is going to be thinking about. Visibility out of the back of these cars isn't great because of these massive big rear wings, and especially if you put stickers over the rear window as well. But yeah, certainly you can't really relax because you never quite know if someone's going to launch a move on you, and you need to be as aware as possible. Obviously, the tracker triangles help you to check out where the drivers are coming, and your radar near where it says track map on screen. The drivers can select the radar if they're running really close together, but when their drivers are pushing as hard as these guys are right now, it's really difficult to maintain that situational awareness. And there you see Kubinator almost collecting Delbar, who was slower at the apex than he was expecting. So certainly you've got to be wide awake when you're running this close to the other cars, Benson.
Indeed, yeah. And as it was mentioned in the chat as well, we just have to put a maximum concentration on the fuel in these sections before the pit stops. There might be a great factor in the later stint, because you can jump ahead with the great fuel usage, and when you go in the slipstream, for example, for Kubinator or Delbar, it's easier to save fuel for example, than Choknyai. So it can be changes after the pit stops, and we don't know how Novok and Michailides use, for example, in clear air, their fuel usage. It's a huge factor, and it must be overwatched, and it must be watched throughout the race.
Absolutely, yeah. It's I think we're going to be tire limited in this certainly in this stint, before we are fuel limited. Even for the hard runners, I can see that those hard tires are going to be too hard to manage before we get to completely empty. So the drivers will be learning from that how the cars are behaving. They will behave differently as the temperatures drop as well, but they'll be thinking about how little fuel they can get away with refueling while changing tires, so that they run on as low fuel as they can for as long as they can. So they might do that one and just underfuel the cars, because it looks like the hard tire wear seems to be over 50% before they've got through half a tank of fuel at the moment. We'll see. And you don't want to get those tires too low. You certainly can't run them down to the canvas, Spencer.
Yeah, and for example, the front left of Mateus are just going really hard and just going down, as we saw more and more red for each lap. However, Mateus just tried to reach and almost reached this group of three. So yeah, the Polish drivers has a really good race pace, as in qualifying they didn't really were really close to the end of the front of the pack, but in race pace they are really good.
This is a lot closer racing than I was anticipating through into the lap 19 here. Drivers quite happy to run with each other. There's a lot of trust goes in, but as you say, Mateus has been running quite aggressive on those front tyres to try and catch this group, and then he should be able to gain the slipstream. We have a look at the orange Acta car here in the Porsche. This is Winneman, who is in car 244. He's down in 8th position at the moment, tucked in behind Sabo, and you can see the Acta Esports livery. That's the black and orange side of the car, rather than the orange and purple side. So drivers quite often running asymmetrical liveries, and it does make it interesting. I think that did look like the first pit stop. That was Sabo in. And look at his tyre wear on the rear left. That's incredible, especially on the Porsche that so many drivers are running. But that was the medium tyre, so that's as low as he could dare keep running, and he'll get some fuel on board, but I don't think he will fuel all the way to a full tank, because he's put another set of mediums on potentially. Let's see as he comes out of the pits. Sometimes that updates later, but this is the Project Multi 21 car with the almost camo looking navy blue and black wrap on the car. So out of the pits he comes, just over half a tank of fuel. So I think that this is going to be the medium tyres that he runs then for the second stint. He's quite happy to run the medium tyres, despite being the first pitter.
Indeed, and it can be a massive overcut. What's the other one? Sorry. So he can cut the field. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, a massive undercut. However, in the medium tires, he went 20 laps. Now he has lower fuel, of course, so he can manage these tires better. However, it will be interesting at the end how many pit stops will he use.
Definitely. Oh, you can see a change here. In third position, Delbart has got ahead of Chucky. So Delbart has managed to position himself with Cubinator now trying to be the one to pass that all yellow livery of Chucky. So Chucky going backwards at this stage as the tyre wear starts to really take effect. Here they might get through to low fuel on the current running, but it does look like that front left on the Nismo GTR is more limited than the rear left of the Porsche driven by Sabo. So Sabo's obviously driving much looser rear on the car than this Nismo GTR underneath the control of Cubinator right now.
Yes, indeed. And Chucky had another penalty, as we saw. And
making life very easy for Cubinator to get through.
Indeed.
Will Chucky end up giving up another position now that Mathieu is closing in as well?
Yeah, and that's not just a half a second penalty, as you said, because it's a full throttle straight. So you lose, and you lost even a position. So it's not the end of the world. You have a whole lot of lap where you can get it back, but it's never good. It's never good.
No, indeed. Nice comments from Jocko as well. It's good to have you. It's good to have everybody here in the live chat watching with us. Of course, this is just 30 minutes into a 6-hour race. So if you are enjoying it as the light conditions will start to change soon, then make sure you you keep us on and keep interested throughout the rest of the coverage. Myself and Benson will be here for the first 2-hour stint. And here is the Chucky car then, as he has lost out to Cubinator with that track limit penalty. Not for the first time today, so Chucky struggling to hold on. And thank you for the new follows on the channel as well. I think that's Nuno, who's just added. So we're hoping to crack the next milestone. Here is your leader though, Michailidis, and he's still on those medium tyres, Spencer. 28.3 seconds in the lead.
Just remarkable. And he just lost 2 or 3 tenths per lap, so he's slowing a bit down, but he has way better speed, even though, yeah, he's just 18.2, 18.3, 18.4, is still so fast, and he wheeled almost half a minute. It's incredible.
Here he is, 23 laps in, and he's now catching the rearmost driver to put a lap. And this is single class racing. This might be an endurance championship, but this is single class racing. So it really shouldn't be starting to pass the tail runners here, even if they've pitted at the end of the order. But Michailidis' pace, amazing. I wonder if his teammates are feeling a little bit intimidated. I'm sure they'll be very pleased with his pace, but whether they can replicate that later on. And if you're wondering how we're going to make this work and you've joined us a little bit late into the coverage, this is how it works. The gaps at the end of the first 2 hours of racing will be taken and recorded, and then in the second and third 2-hour stints, when the driver changes happen, the drivers will be released at very close to the same gaps that they secured in the first race. We can't do exact down to tenths of second, but we can certainly space the cars out as they should be, and there won't be any kind of caution periods announced or slowdowns happening. So the drivers' hard work will be rewarded as the Haribo car is in the pits for a tyre change. And this is notable, the hard runners in 4th, 5th and 6th, Benza, pitting before Michailidis is pitting from the medium tyres.
And I just wanted to mention that, but it's lost its credibility that Michailidis has to run as long as he can, because if he pits earlier, he gets struck. And I just wanted to say that 20 seconds before, but it has no credibility right now because everyone is pitting, and on the hard tires, as I see. They went from hard to hard.
It'll be interesting here to see. We've got Ace pitting at the moment off the mediums. Michailidis is pitting as well. So he came round a lap longer than the midfield hard runners managed. So they will be thinking, well, I don't know how much they will know about Mihalidas's tyre choice. I'm sure their team are watching the stream and communicating. But I wonder whether some of those drivers are now thinking, actually, maybe the medium tyre is going to be a better race tyre. If Mihalidis has been able to perform that kind of performance all the way through the first stint, the first 23, 24 laps of the 2 hours, he's certainly performed a bit of a miracle there. And what does he back out on his tyres? We'll see if he switches onto the hards. But there's no reason why Mihalidis, of all people, should put the hard tyres on at this stage.
Put the soft tires on. Oh, all right.
He's having some fun. He's barely fueled the car. It looks like half a tank. He's got some good track position as well. A bunch of cars behind him on track at the moment, and nobody in front. So that has worked out absolutely perfect for Mihalidis. The team will have to use the hard tyres today. They don't have to use the soft, but I was not expecting that at all, Ben.
Nah, not at all, as you said. Yeah, and there will be some pure qualifying times. I project. Yeah, and Chokney made this stint longer. It can be payoff in the long run. However, he definitely will lose some positions after he pits.
Yes, and some of the penalties that he's suffered already as well. We've seen very few other drivers actually paying penalties off, but it is going to hurt. He has the lead of the race for the majority of one lap, but for Zero Esports, I think he will then lose the slipstream that he had from the drivers he was racing around as he gets all crossed up heading into the pit lane, waiting then to be serviced to get those new tyres on. And you can see his teammates Salda and Massa will be taking over later. But the car 73 now having fresh tank of fuel. Mihalidis retaking the lead, and Piryush has appeared right at the top of the order as well. I imagine in the FTE car he has yet to pit, but he certainly managed to make those tyres last a good, decent stint as well. Here we have the pit stop, and it is horrible to sit in the pit lane waiting for the fuel to go in. It is so slow, the refueling in this game.
Yeah, and the worst thing, and that's why the fuel saving can win races and can make positions, because I think it's the worst thing in these races where you just sit and just wait for the fuel and see the positions losing. And yeah, Chokney made another hard tire as Novak and as Delbar, but the three of them just separated right now.
Definitely. What does the P mean to the right of the times? That's the pitting lap, I believe, marked on the drivers. Penalty. That's when a driver's had to pay a penalty on that lap, just to help you discount those laps from the main performance. The P on the left hand of the screen on the tower denotes that the cars are in the pits. As you can see on Piryush now has gone into the pits from the hard tyre. He wins the award for the longest lasting tyres so far. 27 laps for Piryush. So that was fantastic. I'm not sure which of the three teammates Piryush is, if he is the Canadian or Crepin or Marco, but that's your team as they will be performing later today. I don't think it's a Canadian because his flag on the tower is a French one. He's waiting then to get released. Lots and lots of fuel going in, of course, to the front of the Porsche as well. So we can't wait. So Portesi Genesis says Birol hasn't pitted yet. So that's good info. So the Predator team, he's still out there, and he's got up to P3 for the Portuguese drivers. So that's great to see. Mihalidis leads from Delbar at this stage. I don't know the gap right now, but it's probably huge. Birol is in third place, yet to pit, and then we have the rest of the drivers running through the order as Piryush comes out in P11 with A72 behind him, some distance away. So Piryush now has a lot of work to do and won't be able to use any slipstream to perform any of this particular stint. He's trying out the medium tyres now, Benz.
Yeah, and as we saw that the hard and the medium didn't have too much difference in terms of lap times or just laps, because I think Michaelides went around 24, 25 laps in the hard and every one on the mediums, and the hard runners made their pit stops as well. So I don't know, maybe the medium can be a better race tire, and that could be a good information for the next drivers for the next 4 hours.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the hard tyres will be performing even worse in the night as well. So it could be that we see medium tyres through the majority of the night running. I'm just going to step away for 2 minutes. I'll be back shortly. Ben, so you can take us home for a few minutes.
Alright.
I'll tell you when I'm back. Thanks a lot.
No worries.
No worries, Bent. I will be there for you.
And as we see, maybe 4 cars haven't pitted yet, so they are just running from P3 to P6. And the hard tires on Birel and in the McLaren are just really good. Maybe this car has the best tire usage, and I'm quite sure about it.
Yeah, basically. I think the Experts second lineup with Vinaman did a pit stop, so
Yeah, and they made a massive undercut on Novok and Cubinator. They are downer, or more down the line than they were 10 laps ago, for example. Yeah, Novok, Cubinator, Choknyai, they all made. And Delbart made a really good strategy because he's in P2 and he has over 10 seconds of BRL. And he's in the mediums. And as we saw, Michaelides is on the softs, but the difference is only 20 seconds just now.
yeah, absolutely. Delbart has really good pace, and his tactic is going very well.
Yeah, indeed. And just made sure he didn't get stuck with Choknyai and with Novok. He can get separated for that group, and that paid off really well. I don't know what happened with the other guys, but Delbart has such an advantage from them.
Maybe Delbart
Maybe
didn't refuel.
yeah, that can be. Yes, indeed, that can be a factor for later. But now he's in clean air, and he didn't have to fight, or don't have to fight with anyone, and that can be a good tactic. That okay, all right, he won't refuel now. Just go really fast and build the difference and the advantage.
And trying to catch up or closing up a little bit to Michaelides goes. The mediums will be a longer life than soft.
Yeah, and in lower fuel usage, the mediums are handling well, even more better than with fuel maximum fuel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Michaelides made a 17.0 one of the laps, which is really fast. But now I'm
not far
curious.
away from the
sorry.
qualifying times that we saw. So we have the great performance here from Michaelides and doing a really good sprint stint here. I wonder what the tactics will be further on and whether he's just keeping himself entertained. 22.8 seconds in the lead right now. Really, really good. And as Melvin said, the BRZ is amazing on its tyres. So, yeah, none of our drivers are cheating. Nobody would ever cheat.
He can do it offline as well. I can say I had the experience. So
That's how you sounds like that's painful experience.
yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. So yeah, I know that he can do it offline. So I'm the most interesting driver right now. I think is Delbart, who made sure he's out of the pack. He's on low fuel, but he's really fast right now, and he just got away from Novo Cubinator Choknyai from this pack from the time
Yeah.
being.
But he did. That was at the cost of a bit of fuel time in the pits. So he's positioned himself nicely for some clear air. You can see on the track map just the gap he's got in front and behind on the track is brilliant. But he's on the lowest fuel, so he barely took a lot of fuel in. Decided to sprint this stint and get some clear air, but he will then obviously spend longer in the pits next time. He may be deciding here, Benson, to go for no fuel followed by a fueling pit stop and alternate that way, so that you spend less time in the pits potentially. Maybe deciding to do that, but he'll certainly have to stay stationary for a lengthy period at his next pit stop because he's going to be running out of fuel soon.
Yeah, and for himself, for his confidence, it can be good that he has such a high advantage and huge advantage from the pack that he drove earlier. He makes some good laps, and let's see. It's interesting that and it's good to see various tactics.
Absolutely, yeah, that's what we love to see. It would be very boring if everyone had the same
Indeed.
approach and tactic
Indeed.
on the race. But Michalides, 24.8 seconds in the lead from Delbar. Then we have Winneman and Vituris, who Vituris was one of the cars who was right at the back of the order at one point in our race so far. 33 laps down, 91 in total for this stint has been allowed, but it will be a 2-hour stint. So I don't think we'll quite make it to 91 laps for this particular stint. Here is Vituris then in P4. He's on the medium tyres. Even lower fuel on the car than for Delbar, so he's decided to go hard tyres to start, drain the tank down into the second stint, and then we'll see what decision he makes with fresh tyres after the next stint. But that car is going to feel incredibly different stint to stint if he decides here to fit hard tyres and brim the tanks with fuel. It's going to feel like a completely different beast.
Yeah, and I just love to see that these positional tactics and the variety. For example, Sabo made the first pit stop, if I'm not wrong, and he made such an undercut. However, we just won't see in that positional chaos that who will come in a better position in lap 85 and 80. So for the time being and in the middle of this race and this thing, we just see this positional chaos where no one is where he was in 10 laps ago, and it's just brilliant. I just love to see it.
Definitely. Although he still hasn't quite decided to calm down in the right-hand turns, because you can see his tyre wear on the medium tyres is still losing a lot of grip, and it was the same story in the first stint for Sabo, as we've now got Vituris right behind Winneman here for the ACTA team. So Vituris for the Greek team, looking for an opportunity to pass, and he doesn't look like he's going to stay behind this ACTA car for very long here, Ben.
Yeah, indeed. However, his rear left are struggling, but he has really good pace as well, which is really good to see. And another interesting driver will be Burrell with the McLaren. How he used his tires. He's now P6, and the McLaren is really good. And now we see an overtake on the ACTA car.
Yeah, easily done actually from Vituris up into P3, but not for long on the state of those tyres and fuel at the moment. Maybe one more lap, I think. He will then need to pit. He may get 2 laps out of that, but I'm not sure about that rear left of the car. That looks like something I wouldn't want to be driving at the moment, Bence.
Yeah, and it's a double factor that the fuel and the rear left, he has to pit in a lap or 2, and he's the replay of the overtake.
Yeah, look at the slipstream effect that he managed to make here as he climbs the hill. Was there it wasn't a lifting penalty for the car in front. This was all just pace in the McLaren, and Vituris up ahead of the Porsche. Amazing, actually. Without it looked like an ERS pass that one, and we don't have that ability. So that was something else. As Portis Janelle is just telling us that there's no sound on the replay, but I think we know about that issue. So back to a little bit of engine noise for those petrol heads among us who can't stand watching silent race cars. It's Sabo in fifth here as he runs down the tyres, and he's now catching Actors Winneman, and it looks like Winneman dropping the pace a little bit right at this stage, and getting that corner a little bit wrong as well, ending up just having to lift heavily off the throttle. Will that Greek car go into the pits? He's going to run out for another lap out there in P3. Delbar in P2. Michailidis, of course, at the lead of this race.
And every lap with this low fuel, and we can see how he ran away from the Acta, who lost a bit of flow, as we saw in the corners, and this track punishes these. You lost a bit of handling in one corner, and it punishes through 3 or 4 other corners, and you can lose such a high, I don't know, maybe confidence, a bit of flow. It's hard to get back on.
Sabo, just to illustrate the point you were making there, Sabo across the S's, looks like he's getting a little bit unsighted of the racetrack. He's getting so close to Winneman's car that it's costing him time, because he can't see the curbs, he can't see the apexes in time, and it's unsettling the rear end of the car. He's losing the left-hand side of the car anyway on the tyres. But there is such a thing in endurance racing as driving too close to the car in front, because you just lose your vision. You lose your reference points, and everything starts to feel like a surprise when you get there.
Yeah, and Sabo has some fuel, so he can rush for a few laps, and he has to make this overtake to go after the Greek driver who just pitted right now, but he had to pit. That 1 or 2 lap predestination went 3 or 4 laps, so he made it really well. But now he pits.
Absolutely, yeah. So Vituris with a decent stint there, got himself as high as P3, but now dropping down the order as the fuel ticks by achingly slowly as it's being refilled. You can see the percentage of the fuel adding up there. It's so slow. He's down to 8th. He's down to 9th, and that's going to be so depressing for him. But he got as high as he did because he didn't take any fuel pain to speak of in his first pit stop. So we're into lap 37 now. Here is Sabo, surely now, as the car in front punches a hole in the air. Sabo peels to the left. He's got the inside line heading down to turns 10A and 10B, but he's already ahead in the Project 21 Porsche. That is nice and easy for him, and you have to say, Winneman struggling to get out of turn 7, and it's costing him all the way down towards the chicane at the end of the lap.
Yeah, indeed. And Sabo had to make this overtake because he's really low on fuel. Now he will be fast for a lap or 2, and he just have to make sure that he gets the 100% out of it.
Absolutely. Thank you to Fabio for the follow. It's what we love to see as we get a picture-in-picture replay of how that overtake took place. It was quite straightforward, and it does seem to be as if Winneman has got a huge fat rear wing on the car and is actually dragging him backwards down these straights, and it's costing him a little bit. Certainly, I think it's all about his exit from the previous turn that is hurting Winneman. He's obviously not maximising turn 6 and 7, and then the cars are just queuing up to get past him fairly easily on the straight. There's nothing he can do about it once he's exited turn 7 slower than the other drivers. But there you can see the fuel flashing red on board both Winneman and Sabo. So Sabo will have the opportunity here to pit and pit in front of the car he was running behind for so long. As Michailidis, we can see now nearly 34 seconds in the lead of the race. He's using those soft tyres. He's stretching. Remember, he started on the mediums. He's gone to the softs. No one else has decided to do that. And he's managing to pit after some of the drivers who have gone hard to medium. So he's floating that car around. Absolutely fantastic. But we don't get to see whether he's having any drama. But when we look at his lap times, it's similar to this Nowak GT3 Mercedes as well. Metronomic lack of speed variance across those lap times, and it's the same for Chocky. There's some really good, consistent lap times being delivered here, Benza, and you have to say these top 4 or 5 drivers, very, very impressive.
Yeah, and that's the key, because in qualifying you can hit 1 or 2 really good lap times, but in a race,
Yeah.
this is where it depends. If you can hit these lap times after lap after lap after lap after lap, and it is 91 laps, so you just have to do it. One interesting factor is that Sabo made this overtake, and they are on the same tactics, so it was a pure overtake,
Yeah.
which is really important for Sabo.
I wonder what our audience think about the idea of running not fueling on one pit stop and then the next pit stop filling with fuel. Is that going to be more effective for those for the medium tire runs than just short fueling each lap, each pit stop? I wonder what kind of difference that's going to make. Here is the Acta Esports Friends car of Tapo, Schufler and Kiss, and they are running in 10th at the moment, with the gamertag A72 in 10th position, and you can see the Acta car. This is 2 cars look very similar with the black and white livery, and then we have an Acta car with a black and orange livery, but this one has some flashes of gold on it as well. And I've always said, Ben, so if you're going to paint gold on the car, you better be at the front of the field.
You just must. It's a must.
Yeah. The interesting thing with this lineup is they are mixed from 3 different teams. Adam Tapai from Distinct Gaming, Scheffler from GG, Czechoslovakian Republic, and Zabojkish from Absolute Esports.
Interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting, and going to have different languages going on as well in the radio. But yeah, it is going to be a very strange Masters of Endurance without seeing the distinct livery. So obviously, Tapo is switching liveries for today, but then he's performing nicely on this stint. 10th place at the moment, as we've got our leader in the pits again, Michaelides, coming off the soft tyres, and we'll see what next tyre choice. I wonder if he fancies a run on the intermediates.
We'll see, 450 laps, yeah. And
He needs to give the rest of the field a chance, I think, at this point. No such luck for the other drivers. I'm sure he's quite happy running at the moment. He's refueling right now as Delbar has come out, and he's going to try. I think that's a set of racing soft tyres as well for Delbar.
Yeah, the main tactic here, I think, is he will make one more pit stop than the others, that's for sure. And he's just trying to drive up a distance. I don't know, I'm really curious. And just guess the top 3. I don't know who will be on the podium for this thing, because the variety of the tactics. Obviously, Michaelides can be up front, but we cannot forget about Novak and Cubinator and Jockey, for example, who were in the end of the front of the pack, and they put so much fuel, as we saw Novak in the 42nd lap. He has fuel for a few more laps, and he just in P1 right now.
Yeah, just a change for the lead then, as you see Michaelides suffering from the fact that he didn't take on board a great deal of fuel in his previous pit stop. So Noah Cubinator, Chucky, Piriush, and Matthias Lesica in 5th. We've got A72 in 6th at the moment. Michaelides dropping all the way down, having to put 83% of his fuel back into the car. He's out in 8th position at the moment, at least. So he has the fastest lap, a 17.0. Tremendous pace. And we'll see what tyres he's gone on to. Back onto the medium tyres now. But remember, his team have yet to use, I believe, the hard tyres. So he might be making sure that his teammates have to take that pain later on.
Yeah, indeed, and this is a key factor. Yeah, as you mentioned, there are two key factors from Michailidis. One is that he is yet to use the hard tires, and he went to medium, and he's behind Delbart at the moment, who is on maybe half a tank and on soft, but at the moment, Michailidis is behind Delbart, so Delbart is making extraordinary job, I think.
Definitely, and in fact, Melvin was just saying in the live chat as well that Delbart is doing a great job on an experimental soft tyre choice. That was the blue flag being waved for the elite car, I believe, and we've got the Greek driver potentially coming through or having just passed as we've got the blue flag waving. But yeah, interesting to see Delbart leapfrogging Michailidis, and they've used a similar set of tyres allocation. So Michailidis down in 8th position at the moment, had to take on a lot of fuel, and now the car will be feeling very, very different for him. He's out on medium tyres, medium soft, medium, the strategy for our former leader of the race. Here then is our Greek driver Virturis, who is trying to find a way through past the driver who's been given the blue flags. The elite car not getting out of the way at the moment from Virturis, which is interesting, but certainly Matthias Laziga in P5 looking back at the Greek car, and he's on hard tyres, low fuel, and massive difference in the amount of tyre wear across the left and right hand sides of the car.
Yeah, indeed, and we got to the point where the traffic and the lapping and the tactics are so various that these traffic jams can happen, and you can lose time or make time from a competitor, but it's really interesting, and the blue flags are just waving.
Definitely, you've got Delbart has passed the elite car, has passed the A72 car just behind that black car behind this battle. So Delbart has managed to pass A72, whereas Michailidis has not got past yet and has not even got into the slipstream. So again, Delbart, he's racing Michailidis really, and Michailidis was a huge distance in front. But at the moment, things are working pretty well for Delbart as the sun is starting to drop behind the trees down here at the south side of the circuit. And look at Delbart's drive out of turn 7 and heading up the hill. He'll want to tuck in and try and use the slipstream of the car in front and make it a double overtake down the straight if he can. Try and get into the slipstream of that Mercedes and get ahead before the chicane. He's going to go to the inside. This is a pass for position, albeit on very different strategies. He's made it work. Delbart running very nicely on these soft tyres right now, Benson.
Yeah, it was a crucial overtake, because now another 2 cars in front of Delbart and Michailidis, and Delbart has lower fuel, so he has to run and he has to make sure that he can put everything out of these soft tires. Therefore, these overtakes and this lap were really crucial.
Absolutely. Great moment there where the replay trackside camera and the main camera were doing the same thing on Delbart's car as he passed that way. As you saw, nice straightforward pass, but Delbart with a brilliant exit out of turn 7 made it work all the way down the length of the back straight. As we look back from Michailidis' rear wing for a moment there, you can see this is now on board with Matthias. He's got the Greek car in between himself and Michailidis. The Greek car looking a little bit slow at this stage on a very different strategy. Michailidis on brand new mediums, about 3/4 of a tank of fuel, and now Michailidis trying to get through. There's the lights coming on. That was a definite indication now that he was feeling a little bit slowed down by the traffic, and he'll be aware we're getting very close under the brakes into the chicane. He'll be thinking, oh, is that a mistake there from Matthias? Has he actually gone off the circuit, or did he just move out of the way? This is on board with Matthias. Well, he certainly lost the position. And let's join him on board. But it looked like he had a mistake coming out of the corner. That's not netcode, I'm sure. It was just powering out, and he lost the car on his own.
That's so unfortunate, because it was a good battle. But yeah, on the throttle, he just lost a bit of the car, and it cost him 2 or 3 seconds, and that was enough to get behind Michailidis. It's unfortunate because it was a good fight.
It was the Axel Esports Friends car, the Lexus GT3 from 2017, car 172. He's in the pits then, and obviously taking the pit stop pain now of refueling. Will he get out, I wonder, in front of Winneman? Definitely not, as now Szabo is going to be queuing up, and then we've got Vituris as well in P11, who will be hoping to try and leapfrog this car as soon as possible. But A72 hanging out in the pits. We've got Nowak in the lead of the race at the moment on a different strategy, but heading into the pits himself, I'm sure, at the end of this lap. You can barely see any fuel left in the car. He might have pushed this a bit too far, Benza.
Yeah, and he's beating in this lap for sure. But I think he's the 4th or 5th driver who leads the race, which is a good factor and a good point that almost half the pack led the race in 1 point.
For sure, for sure. So Michailidis now into 5th with the pit stops. Currently Periushi's in the pits, and he is on the mediums at the moment, refueling. As we've got Michailidis 5th place. Nowak leads this race from Cubinator, and Chucky on a different strategy to Delbar and Michailidis in 4th and 5th at the moment. I think it's probably a bit too early to suggest that Delbar has the net lead of the race because he's on that different strategy. He's on the soft tyres right now, but certainly it'll be interesting to see as the sun continues to set. Nowak now into the pits, and he did manage to get into the pits before he entered low fuel mode. I was getting a bit concerned for him there.
As you can see, the 0 of that tank, and Cubinator pits as well.
Yeah.
They had the exact same strategy,
I'm sure
fuel-wise.
he will say that he calculated that to perfection.
Yeah,
But it was a little bit close. But my luck.
they trained for that. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Chucky haven't got to the pits, so he's leading the race now, and I'm curious to see that how much fuel does he have.
We're on board with Michailidis. He's now in 3rd position. He's taken Nowak and Cubinator, and as you say, there is Chucky. He has maybe 2 laps, this lap and the next lap left on the tyres. If it's on the fuel, he's just taking a little bit of grass and dirt from the back of the car in front of him at the moment. That's got the blue flags. This is Szabo being given the blue flags for Chucky. Same car, but and drivers that know each other very well from Zero Esports. But at the moment, it looks like it's Chucky who has the pace advantage, despite the brand new tyres on board for Szabo. Chucky on virtually no fuel whatsoever, and that's making the difference, I think, Benzo.
Yeah, indeed. And at the pit stops, Cubinator goes up the soft tires and around half of the fuel tank. However, Novak, for example, he went to medium and for more fuel. Therefore, Cubinator jumped Novak in the pits.
Definitely. So good catch there for the Pitbull team. Nowak for the Haribo Elite. You can see how ponderous the front end of the Mercedes GT3 looks in comparison to the other cars. It is the driver sits almost on the rear axle of this car. The front end is so long. It feels just from the trackside cameras looks like a very different beast to some of the other cars and how they must be handling. So it's all about getting the turn-in ability on the front of this Mercedes. And the rear end, not a difficult thing to keep catching up with the front, but Nowak handling the car nicely. P6 right now, but he's a minute and 6 off the lead of the race as the sun sets, and it's lap 48 of 91. Choke has the lead for a moment, and from Delbar, but really we are expecting Michailidis in the bulk of this stint currently to retake that lead in short order. Chucky will be heading to the pit soon as Nowak starts his 49th lap.
Yeah, indeed, the jockey boxes, as you mentioned. The next fight that can happen is the Delbar Michailidis fight on track if Michailidis can close up. But now it's an interesting thing that Verchoknyei comes out to the pits from Novak. I think they were close to each other tactically.
Yeah, absolutely. Several different teams trying out the soft tires, and Cubinator is the latest one on this. I'm sure that the engineers or the co-drivers are watching the stream and communicating to their drivers and saying, you know what, we should probably try these soft tires, try a low fuel soft tire stint because everyone else is doing it, and maybe thinking that it's time to change tactics slightly. Jockey still in the pits. He's going for a very differently handling car now, hard tyres, and he's adding the fuel. Deldar leads from Michalides. Cubinator into third place now, and Winnerman pushing forward for Actor into fourth place. Jockey's still in the pits, and he's still got a long wait there on the fuel. I'll see how long he goes for, but he'll be near to full tanks before he decides to release and head out on those hard tyres. So he's got a long and patience-draining stint to come, and it's going to be a very different car underneath him.
Yeah, indeed. And the painful waiting turn is over, and he's out.
Yeah, that's a fairly short amount of fuel, to my mind, for the hard tyres. I would have thought get into the 80% or more.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's just got a bit bored of waiting and decided to go get out there, get back racing, or he's looked at the track map and wondering that he'd be better off getting out at this point. But any time that you spend in the pits putting fuel in the car means that in the next stint you have to put less in. So we shall see how this all works out at the end of the first 2 hours of racing that we'll be here for, and then we will have a different broadcast team, or at least different commentary team. Our broadcaster Banks is going to be in for the whole time, and so he's got a very, very long stint today. Yeah, we've got a different commentary team coming up for you at the 2 hour mark when the co-drivers will be taking over. It's going to be very good. Interesting there that Ballas is just having a look through the chat and just highlighting, I think, for us that earlier on Portus said that the hards are too bad in this game to use. It's been a very interesting situation. You have to use the hards, and most drivers are continuing to use the hards here, Benza, but it's been a complete mixture of strategy so far.
Indeed, and that's the beauty of it. For example, Michalides haven't used the hards yet. However, the soft tires, which you mentioned isn't even required, went really popular, and I'm interested in that if the teams wanted to use the softs or they just get the idea from now.
Yeah, you can see then where the trees are tall at the south side of the circuit as we're riding on board with Michalides. It is almost dark down into those turns as we get into the very low elevation as well. The sun is setting. Of course, the wind has changed direction, but it's still not particularly strong for the drivers. But the temperatures will be dropping, and now they'll be from a driver's perspective over the course of 2 hours. It doesn't feel like the light is changing particularly quickly, but you just suddenly become aware, Ben, so that you're driving in the dark and you actually need those headlights on.
Yeah, and it's another factor that are there any drivers who doesn't really like the night, and are there drivers who just love more the night and can drive better? It can be a factor as well. Not a huge factor because these drivers can drive really well in both conditions, but maybe it can make a difference between two drivers.
I feel like the middle stint is the hardest when it comes to changing light conditions, because you're getting straight into the seat. You haven't been able to qualify, and you're in the pitch black straight away, and I think that's really difficult. It's quite something else to build your pace in the full daylight and have the light conditions slowly dropping, but to just get in and find it pitch black, that's got to be quite a challenge.
Yeah, that should be the most exhausting and most mentally trained and challenged stint for sure.
all the drivers will have slightly changing light conditions to contend with, and the sun changing in its position in the sky relative to the racetrack, of course. Here comes Michailidis to take the position then, take P1 once again. It's been a hell of a long time for Michailidis' standards to be not in the lead of the race. Carnivore2 then pits, and Delbart is in. He didn't give Michailidis the satisfaction of actually making an overtake because he was in the pit lane, but that is Delbart in the pits. Michailidis now back into the lead, and probably going to be about a pit stop in front as he was through the first stint. This then, Cubinator coming to try and get close here to Delbart, who ran a light and short stint on the soft tyres there. So we'll see what he decides to do as the fuel is going in. This is Cubinator. He's got a quarter of a tank of fuel, and he will head on into second position in the Nismo GTR. And this Pitbull team working the wheel well here today, Benso.
Indeed, and he has fuel as well, so he can run a few more laps before pitting. Therefore, he can build an even bigger advantage. The Pitbull team is just really good in this race. On the qualifying, they weren't there, but in race pace, definitely up.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see then Delbart out in P5, and while that stint allowed him to run in the lead for a while, the additional fuel refilling time in the pits has hurt him. He's only fueled to just under half a tank, and he's put the medium tyres on now. So again, I think that will be the predominant time throughout the 6 hours for the teams. They will spend under half a tank of fuel and on medium tyres for the fastest overall race pace if they can manage it. But it seems to be a completely different story from Michailidis, who is running basically a compound softer than everybody else at any given time.
Yeah, and for example, the fuel question is interesting there because Delbart is just, it seems like he's just rolling the patience game ahead of him, because he has to pit one more time and he has to put more fuel to the car. And I'm curious that it was planned that, okay, we won't fuel this much and just try to be faster in this stint. But at the end, for the last pit stop, and maybe he will have just one more pit stop, he will have to stay and wait for the fuel.
Yeah, he'll be trying to divide the race now into two aggressive stints, I think. Potentially using the medium tyres for the next stint as well. But he's basically dividing the remaining 46 minutes when he pitted into two, and calculating how much fuel he needs. He's definitely going to be fuel limited on this stint rather than tyre limited. So we'll see how this works out. But as you say, committed as he is to one more pit stop, it's all about just getting through to the end there. At the fastest possible time. Of course, everything resets after that 2 hour stint, and the checkered flag will fall for the drivers. But then, of course, we hand over to our co-drivers. We'll be taking a quick break to make sure that we get the drivers into their seats properly, and then the cars will be released at the same gaps that they currently are. Thank you for the follow. I think that's Soti who's just added a follow to the channel. That's we're very grateful to see. Michailidis leads by Cubinator and Winneman in P3. Noah and Delbart 4th and 5th. Piryush in 6th. Zabo in 7th. And Chokle in 8th after 56 laps of the Road Atlanta.
Yeah, and we are closing to that stage where everyone is making their second to last or the last pit stop, and we just will have a clear vision of how the standings really are, because I think it's now a positional and a tactical chaos what we see. So that will be an interesting factor, that how the last pit stops and the second to last pit stops put the order.
Yeah, it definitely. You see, we were riding on board with Delbart a minute ago, and he's on low fuel on new tyres. We've got riding on board now with Virturis in P10, and he is on a similar amount of fuel, and he can run these hard tyres. So he will be able to use either the medium or the soft tyres for his final stint, and see if he can gain any positions in this stint currently. And you can see lack of vision down at that south side of the circuit at the moment. It is definitely taking effect. Here is Chucky. He is 3 seconds away from 7th from Sabo, who he passed earlier very easily, but had to put the hard tyres on and some fuel on, and has gone backwards again. So A72 behind him in the Lexus. Vituris then in P10 as well. So Choke for Zero Esport racing team. He is in P8 right now. He's got hard tyres on. Those hard tyres are going to last a lot longer than the fuel that he's got left in the car. And I wonder how precisely the drivers will be managing the 1/4 distance requirement on the hard and medium tyre compounds. How will they work that one out? I'm sure they'll have to do it by time rather than anything else.
Yeah, and I'm curious to in the thinking process of Chokney, because he had the hard tires at the beginning of the race, and he put another hard tires while the others made soft and mediums. They trusted more in the softer compounds, but maybe Choki wanted to longer the stint. However, the hard tire seems really bad in these race conditions.
Yes, certainly the last few seconds, as we have A72 just catching and passing, because Choke and Vituris has got through as well, but Choke had an absolute shocker coming through turn 7, lost the rear of the car, had to regain himself, and those hard tyres are not working at this stage, Benson.
Yeah, and it's hard to see because Choke has really good race pace, but these tires are just killing it right now. And yeah, it's a good information for the others that don't really use the hards. However, he just helps the others because he uses so much hard tire that the others won't have to use as much.
It's true. Yeah, he's taking that pain now, and he's actually on quite low fuel. And so there are portions of the racetrack where the car looks like it's really nicely planted, but certainly coming out of the next 2 corners, it is really hurting him. Trying to go uphill out of the turn 7. He's just got no traction whatsoever. On the rear of the car, he leans on the Greek driver at the front there, and you can see just the difference in tyre performance. Actually, he got out of turn 7 really nicely that time. So what do you know, Webbo? He's closing in. He's almost bump drafting down this straight. He might have an opportunity to retake that position now. Here he goes.
He just got back his pace immediately after these overtakes, and now he's attacking.
Definitely. Well, Vituris held on this time, and I was worried that Vituris was going to have the same situation he had earlier on when he tried to turn in to turn 10A and ends up with the driver losing it on the inside. But he managed to find that, so he's certainly dispelled that particular demon. Vituris P9. Michalides still leads though from Cubinator, and now Winnerman for the Actor team in P3 as they run through. Not this actor car that we see up the road slightly, but we've got A72 up there as now Delbar's in P3. So Delbar looks like he's just overtaken to get into P3. I wonder if Delbar is starting to catch Cubinator and Michalides.
Yeah, indeed. And I think Cubinator is on the soft tires, so he will be fast in this thing. However, Delbart strategy pays off, as we see. He started the race with Cubinator and Chokney and Novok. However, right now Delbart is just clear of them.
Yes, and he had a nice spell in the lead as well earlier on, while Michalides was experimenting with different amounts of fuel. Nowak is struggling. He's certainly not got that car underneath him. Medium tyres, running low, and he's getting a little bit aggressive as well. But he's also had some impact on the front splitter, so that is going to be affecting the handling of the car quite considerably while it flashes red near where the tyres are indicated. So he's hit something, whether that's over a curb or he hit the car that's just in front of him on the circuit. Winneman's got back past Delbar. What's going on there, I wonder?
That's really interesting. What happened? Maybe a mistake or a penalty, but Winneman has really good pace out of. I don't want to say nowhere, but he's just out onto the podium, but Delbar is attacking right now.
Yeah, so into turn 1. It's a nice place to make the overtake, turn 1. You certainly don't want to be stuck behind another car running down through the S's if you can help it. So Delbar on the medium tyres looks good for this stint at least. It's 1 hour 23 into the 2 hour stint of the overall, of course, 6 hours of racing that the teams will go through. And this is a replay then. This is just a straight slipstream retake, I think, there from Delbar on Winneman, but quite why Delbar had dropped back behind Winneman, as you say, probably a track limit penalty, because it's certainly not on outright pace. Delbar certainly has the pace on Winneman. Here is Cubinator, 40 seconds away from Michailidis, but with a good gap at the moment. He's making good use of those tyres, but he's going to have to stop now at the end of this lap to fuel and tyre up for the last stint.
Yeah, and the big question is there's 29 laps left of this 91. Can he make it in one pit stop? Will it be a hard tire and just 30 laps and so much fuel, or he will try just 2 soft stints?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be worth watching to see what he does here, because it's such a penalty taking the pit stop and the fuel to the end. Maybe you just want to do it the one time and get out onto hard tyres. What's happening with Nowak? He's in the pits. And so let's check out, see what he decides to do, because it's going to be a very similar situation for Cubinator for the end. Here's the Haribo Elite Racing Squad car. Nowak will hand over to Walkowiak and Colonnade later on. So we'll have to fuel pretty heavily, unless we're going for 2 softer compound stints here. We shall see. Still, with that damage on the front of the car for Nowak.
And Cubinator
so
as well.
Okay, so Cubinator behind him on the track in the pit lane, and he's refueling at the same time. Here he is in the pitbull car. So Delbar will get past, but I wonder. It looks like soft tyres might have gone on to Cubinator's car. We'll see when he comes out of the pits. This is Delbar now into second place, but 1 minute and 9 away from Michailidis. Michailidis has this all to himself, but will the rest of the team have the same level of pace, or will they be able to just ride the wave that Michailidis has put them in front until the end for Race Online Hungary? Here he is, your race leader, absolutely dominating qualifying and the race so far.
Yeah, and just maybe a furious for the other teams, but if Michailidis can make around an 80-second lead, the next driver will start from a lap advantage, and he won't get stuck in traffic.
Yeah,
He's just like a lap ahead of everyone. So it will be really painful for the other teams, because if you want to lower the advantage and the gap, you just have to overtake the next driver.
that's true. Yeah.
So it's I don't know how it can go for everyone, for anyone.
So target is to be the lap ahead if he can for Michailidis. That will give his team so much more of an advantage. His medium tyres are running out. His fuel is running out. But he should be able to pit for one long stint at the end of the race. I did see that Cubinator did indeed put on soft tyres, so he is committing to another stop before the end of the proceedings. Here is Nowak and Birrell. Now, Predators Birrell here. We haven't seen much of car 66, but he's got a blue flag at this stage for P10, and he has to give up the road position as the headlights are now fully ablaze, not being flashed, but they're fully ablaze on the car behind to release. Here comes the race leader. Don't get in the way of the race leader. that won't be good. But Birrell releases Michailidis and will then try and use Michailidis for a little bit just to regain that lost time that he gave up, letting the race leader through. Michailidis, though, will be headed towards the pit lane soon for his final pit stop of the race. It's lap 65, and after an hour and a half of racing, Michailidis leads by 1 minute and 9 seconds. So still a fairly significant challenge for him to try and get that whole lap ahead. But I don't think it's going to happen from everybody, but he's certainly going to lap several drivers here. Here is Delbar with the medium tyres on. Again, he will have one more pit stop to make as well, but he will have to spend less time refueling, perhaps, than Michailidis.
Yeah, the smart tactic, I think, will be a half tyre for Michailidis, just to make sure that the 25% is on for him as well. He has a calm advantage, so he can relax on that. And I think it is his last pit stop. 26 laps on the hard won't be that hard. But it was good to see and interesting to see that there are two main tactics for the last 25-26 laps. Some of them put the soft tires and some of them the hard tires. The mediums, I think, it's out for the time being. But for example, Delbar can put on the mediums for the last stint, or maybe the softs.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting what the drivers can do. They'll be looking at their progress as Delbar now takes the lead of the race, and Michailidis still refueling that car. There he goes, 80% fuel back in the car. Medium tyres to take him home here in the final half an hour of racing for his stint. Delbar is in the lead, and he has tyres and fuel for a few more laps, and will spend, as I said before, less time in the pits than Michailidis, because he won't have as many laps left to fuel up for. But the engineers will be furiously working out how many laps, how long to stay in the pits for, how much fuel to put in. And we got A72 here in third position right now. Cubinator in fourth. As we run down through the order, here is Chucky in the 6th place right now. Hard tyres. Some fuel left, so he'll be running down. Thank you to Alex for the follow. Good to get these additional followers today. It's been a great broadcast as far as adding followers. So we're really grateful to everyone who has done that. As we have 3 more Masters of Endurance 6-hour races to come through the season to take us to the close of 2024. But it's all about who can get the best position in the Masters of Endurance Championship for their team after the first race, of course. And Neuron follows as well, so thank you for that. Here is Chucky in 6th place. He is 41 seconds away from the lead, but just 0.8 away from Vituris in that P5 position. Chucky on the hard tyres should be able to use those mediums, Spencer, at the end of the race, perhaps.
Yeah, and Chucky is playing for the absolute team game, because he puts so many laps in the hards that can be a good factor for Charles Ali and Mashamati, that they has the advantage to use less hard tires and more medium and soft tires. The one surprise for me was Michailidis, because he went for the mediums again, and as we saw that he won't use any hard tires in this stint.
Yeah, very interesting for sure. Vituris P5, he's got the bright yellow lights of the yellow livery car behind him, and you can see now Gran Turismo coming to the fore as you get the atmospheric drop in light conditions, you start to see the blue flames lick out of the tailpipes of these Porsches. Vitouris is going to have to give up the position here because through comes Chucky with the additional straight line speed and better exit out of the previous corner. The Porsche passing the McLaren down into turns 10A and 10B, and through the chicane they go. So up into the next position. Into the pits comes the Greek car from P6 for his final pit stop now on lap 68. And you've got the still several laps still to come, I think, for Choque's car before he has to pit, and there'll be tyres going on. Is that new hard tyres going on for Vitouris, or I'm assuming it will be mediums towards the end of this one? And the fuel now going in for the end of the race, and we'll see how all the strategies have worked out before we get the checkered flag for this stint.
Yeah, I think the mediums should be the smartest choice, but it's the depressing waiting for the fuel, which is a killing factor for the drivers. But now Chucky, we saw that he had more fuel. Therefore, even if he pits 4 or 5 laps later, the tire won't be an issue, and I think he will pit ahead.
So in the race at the moment, Delbar leads Michailidis, but Delbar still to make his last pit stop. Michailidis should be pitted to the end. We've got Cubinator, who is on soft tyres and having a bit of a sprint right now, as you can see. And Dritzelis and Pitchus will be taking the co-driver duties soon. You can see the difference in light conditions between the pit lane and out on the racetrack at the south side of the circuit. Here is Delbar, 20.2 seconds in the lead. Fuel light flashing, but he should probably get another lap of fuel out of the car here if he wants to. But if he's feeling like the tyres are letting go, it's not going to be a big difference maker here if he decides to pit this lap. He's coming up on some traffic. That might also affect his decision, Benson.
Yeah, indeed. It might be a bit smarter to lap now if he gets stuck in traffic. However, if he feels like he has one more good lap in him, he has to push it, and he does the second choice. I think after he pits, he can be in P2 comfortably. And I think, I don't know if Cubinator have to make a pit stop, but I assume he has to make one more.
Yeah, he put the soft tyres on the last stint, so there's no way Cubinator is making the end of the race. So he will drop down the order, but how long can he get? How deep can he get into the race? Can he actually do a double soft stint towards the end of this race? 24.5 minutes just about remaining for the drivers in their performance. They're 1/3 of the 6-hour race that they have to fulfill. Delbar's gap to Michailidis is dropping. It's dropped by a second on this final lap before his pit stop. I wonder, whether that was not the best idea from Delbar in retrospect, because Michailidis is catching very quickly right now. So Delbar running on poor tyres, low fuel, and we did see a car in front of him on the racetrack.
And he just went for another lap.
He has just gone for another lap, so he's clearly feeling okay in the car and not too concerned about the gap to Michailidis. All he wants to do is get to his next pit stop, I think. As late as possible, it looks like, for Delbar.
It's interesting to see, yeah. And 20 laps.
I wonder if he's trying to make the soft tyre stint work at the end of the race here.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well, but I don't see 20 laps in the softs. Maybe the mediums would be a safer choice, but we'll see.
Here is then Cubinator on the soft tyres. For a moment anyway, he will have to pit again. I think Chucky is going to be pitting soon as well. Look at the fuel situation for him. Hasn't been able to burn through the hard tyres particularly, but as you were saying earlier, Benza, he's taking a lot of hard tyre pain for the rest of the team later on.
Yeah, indeed, and I think he pitted only maybe twice, so he's on a 3 stops strategy, which will be a decent strategy, and it wasn't bad. I think he won't be 100%. I don't know, satisfied with this strategy, but the others will thank him for these hard stints.
Definitely, and it will mean that the hard tyre won't have to be used in the night conditions, which I think is going to be good for the middle stint driver. You don't really want to be using the hard tyres when the temperatures are cold and the vision is lower as well. So appreciate the thanks there from Melvin, and thank you for the compliments. Hats off to Barras for running the broadcast as smoothly as ever. It's been going incredibly well so far. And just running a little bit wide is Chucky, coming out and finishing out his 71st lap. We'll be heading through. That is such a long stint to be focused for, and the drivers have just got a short amount of time left to run this one. Here then is a 72. Look how dark it feels here.
Yeah,
Vincent.
that's why I just wanted to mention that how dark was it when we just got in the front of the car. It's almost dark, and the flashing is going on. And yes, the good factor will be for the drivers that, as I see, everyone's last pit stop is soft or hard tires, soft or medium tires. Therefore, no one wants to use the hard in these conditions.
Yeah, it's very, very smart decisions from everybody. Our leader is in the pits. Delbar in the pits off the medium tyres, refueling now for the final 21 minutes of the race. Blue flags flying here to help with Cubinator's pitbull car as he will try and run another soft stint, I imagine, to the end of the race. He probably only have about 16 minutes left of the race to run. He'll try and I think run those on the soft tyres as we go into full night conditions shortly. 20 minutes to go. Choke on the hard tyres, and this is a pretty critical time for him on cold, old, hard tyres, trying to run in the dark conditions as well. So hanging on here, Choke in third at the moment with a pit stop I think to make still, as Delbar drops down now to 5th place, and that's a really painful run for him. Medium tyres then to finish this race out, and half a tank of fuel bent.
Yeah, but I think when the other stops, I think he can get back to P2. But I might be wrong. Maybe Cubinator has such a pace on the softs, and I think he will have another soft stint. So maybe he can be a threat, but I don't really see for the time being that Delbart can be pushed away from P2.
No, he was very well placed earlier on. We're still expecting those pit stops from the 3 cars ahead of him. Mihalidis though, still in the lead of this race. Here is Pirushka of the FTE team. Still looking good, even in the changing light conditions here. The Tricolor is flying on the FTE car, number 65. He's in P6, a minute 10 away from the lead. But catching Delbar with the pit stop of Delbar. However, we'll see if he can make the end of the race. Nowak looks like he might have tyres and fuel to the end in P7, so he should be gaining positions as well as Delbar here. And now we've got Chucky in the pits for his final stop.
Yeah, and the one question is it soft or is it medium? I think he will go on the medium, but he might have a bit of a surprise.
Yes, he might still use the hard tyres.
He just loves the hard tire.
Maybe not. Yeah.
I don't think he ever went on another compound. Maybe he went, but I only see him on the hard tires.
If I know well,
Yeah,
he
surely.
didn't use softer compounds in this stint, so I think he goes more than the mandatory laps in the hard tires.
I think maybe Choke hasn't bought the other tyres he needs for this race, and he's short on money. So
A decent
we'll
hard
see as he
repair.
comes out. But he's certainly looking after his team here, and here he is. Surely that's not still hot. So it is. This is more than a quarter of the race distance now. This is now going to be a third
okay,
of the race.
it's on
No, it is
mediums.
on
All right,
mediums.
all
There
right.
we go. Thanks, Ray.
I just
He
saw the
has
RH and
decided
the
then.
maximum tire.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But nah, that's a
Good
really good
stuff,
strategy because the other two drivers has the advantage of not using the hard tires for the next 4 hours, which is awesome for them.
Definitely. Yeah. Here is Matthias Lesica. We haven't seen him much, but he's in car 29. He's in 11th place, and he's got plenty of tyres and fuel to see him to the end of the race. Nice to see some new people in the live chat as well. Thanks for joining us. Always good to get new voices, and you're all very welcome. Hope you're going to stay with us throughout the course of this 6-hour race. This is obviously closing out the first 2-hour stint, but we still have the co-drivers for each team. 2 sets of co-drivers still to come and feature into the 6 hours of Road Atlanta race here with the Masters of Endurance, brought to you in association with Grid Finder and Zero Esports, of course, providing all the coverage. And we shall have 3 more endurance races for this Masters of Endurance title for the 2024 season. Still to come though. That is later in the year. For now, we're all focused on Road Atlanta in the dark and the nighttime conditions. Looking fantastic as well in the headlights. The lighting effects on this game, this sim platform, absolutely tremendous. I don't think there's a sim platform out there that does the low light conditions better than Gran Turismo 7, Benson.
Yeah, indeed. And just another key factor that I have to pay a huge respect to the drivers, because 75 laps in and no one made a crashing mistake or any huge mistake that would apply or affect the others. So it's really hard to do that. It's a really long race and really long stint, and making 0 huge errors are just really respectful.
Definitely. Although I have to say, I respect you for being willing to curse the drivers quite so much as you just have done. So I would have waited till the end of the 2 hours.
Yeah,
because
I thought
otherwise you
about
end up
that.
with
Yeah, 60 laps in.
drivers
Yeah, but
telling you off because you caused them to crash. But no, they are doing great.
you can shame it on me if it happens, but I hope
Yeah.
not.
We have seen drivers losing the car, but only in a very small degree. You're absolutely right, Ben. So they've been racing incredibly smoothly. It's a difficult track as well. Lots of elevation change. They've had some very low grip portions of the race with these tyres as well. But honestly, really impressive. But everybody else has been second best here to Michaelides, who has been imperious in this stint. He has used the softer compounds of tyre than most everybody else. He has qualified the car on pole position. He lost ground at the start. Let's not forget Choque's lightning start today. But Michaelides, in short order, got back in front of the race. Cubinator in P2 is now pitting right now, so Delbar should be able to recover that second place for his team. Here is your leader overtaking Matthias in P11, so he is obviously putting a lap on. Might not be his first. 2 minutes 36, that looks to be the second lap down that Matthias is dropping for the elite team. Race Online Hungary leading the way here, and we'll see what the gaps look like at the end of our coverage stint here, but it's looking a bit ominous here for Race Online Hungary.
Yeah, Michaelides is just fantastic in this stint, and he's built over a minute of an advantage and a gap to Delbar, who is back to P2, and I'm curious to see that where Cubinator comes back after the last pit, and he made the 2 soft tires in the end, and he's in P4. Therefore, he made a really good tactic because he can push these softs in the end. Maybe have a little bit gap from Novak and from the others, which can be helpful for his teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. He can go very aggressive now. Less than half a tank of fuel to finish the race out. 13 minutes to go for this first stint for the drivers. You can see beautiful glowing front brake discs and the side exits of the exhaust behind the front wheels as well. Glowing blue as the overrun lick of fuel comes out of the car. But yes, Cubinator has been impressive. And he can now really go up on the hunt. He's got Piryush in front, 10 seconds away. I think that's almost certain that Cubinator will be up into P3. I'm thinking Piryush is going to have to pit again.
Yeah, I think he's yet to stop. And yep, indeed.
There we go. So that should be nice and easy then for Cubinator. 1 minute 24 away from the lead of the race. So Michailidis has lapped P3 to this point. Delbar in P2 has not been lapped. So
Yeah.
I have to say, still within a shout here of a potential challenge for the victory for the team for the next 2 stints.
Indeed, and for the long run, it would be good if Delbar could keep within a lap of a distance, because from the second stint, from a lap behind, would be so much harder.
Yeah, it's got to be absolutely draining of motivation for the other teams to see Michailidis' gap and to think, okay, I'm going to get in the car and I've got 2 hours to drive and I'm not going to catch the Race Online Hungary in this next stint. It's virtually impossible. So, but can you imagine the pressure now on the Race Online Hungary teammates who can, if they throw away the lead of Michailidis, I don't think he will talk for weeks.
That's for sure, yes. And they had the possibility to lose half a minute per stint, which is just incredible.
Yeah.
And still win. So
I wonder how much pressure he will be putting on them now on the radio to keep up.
Yeah,
Up
just
their
like-
end of the bargain, because he's certainly worked hard for them, but they will have to use those hard tyres.
yeah,
but
he's
he
just like,
hasn't,
no worries, mate. I just built a minute, so
Definitely. So P5, this is Ace driving at the moment, and he is in one of the 3 ACTA cars that have managed to qualify for the Masters of Endurance.
and he's just
His
silently
headlight.
made it. He's up to P5, which is a really good position to be in.
It is, absolutely. Beautiful sky, the end of the sunset here at in Atlanta. You can see the stars out as well, and the drivers still to come will be starting in the second stint. They'll be starting, of course, in the night condition and going through to early morning. So the reverse of the situation that the drivers have had to put up with here. This is Ace 72 for the ACTA Esports Friends of team rather than actual ACTA drivers. This is an ACTA driver though on board. This is Winneman chasing down Chokney, who is in 6th place and took the lead with a very, very, very good start or a jump start. We're not entirely sure whether he got the lead unfairly, but as it stands, it hasn't really affected our race in a big way. But it was entertaining at the start, no doubt.
Definitely. And the whole race is just the tactical variety and the overtakes. It was a really good stint, and it still is. And the interesting thing is that there is a compound difference between Chokney and Winneman. Therefore, it can be a good fight between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Winneman is definitely catching. Looked like he had the rear of the car stepping out on him a little bit there as he's pushing hard. Chocky himself has a small gap to the car in front. I don't think that's not for position. It looks like the car is flashing behind Chocky, but I don't think he is, and it's just the effect of the headlights over the bumps of the Road Atlanta circuit. 8 minutes to go in this stint for the drivers, and if they have been lapped, it will be slightly shorter for them. Here is Chucky then catching the car in front, who has yet to receive a blue flag as far as I can see. A personal best sector for Chucky in the night conditions on the medium tyres, so he's still pushing hard.
I mean, he used the Haas for 160 laps.
Yeah.
So it's easier to make a personal best sector.
Coming up on the McLaren, seems to be jinking around a little bit under lag, so he has to allow for an extra little bit of margin for error on the overtake. There was the blue flag happening for the McLaren, and then we see Winneman, who then has to follow the McLaren through the S's, and that's got to hurt as he's chasing down Chucky right now, Benson.
Yeah, it is hurtful, and let's see if the blue flag can apply in this straight or not. If not, that's a good help for Chucky, but a painful one for Winneman. But now he's
down side by side through turn 6. That's looking a little bit hairy, and the McLaren actually almost comes to contact with Winneman. So Winneman won't be very impressed with that, because frankly there was no real need for the McLaren to turn in, was there?
Yeah, that's for sure. He won't be happy, and it breaks slipstream as well. Therefore, he has to put a bit of extra work to get Chucky. He won't be happy, that's for sure.
No, Ballast straight on with the replay as well. It's a slightly controversial moment there with the McLaren really playing ball as he ought to. Personal best time on the last lap for Winneman on the soft tyres. He's got Choquet, who's enjoying the best grip he's had so far in the race, in front of him, but it's not as good as those soft tyres for Winneman. So Winneman building the speed towards the end of this stint, and he's actually catching him pretty quickly here, Benson.
Yeah, and as you mentioned in the dark, the soft tires and the softer tires can make bigger differences, and this soft tire is working really well right now.
Definitely, it really is helping for Winneman, hoping to get his team into P6 before the end of this stint. It gives some good news to his co-drivers. Michailidis though leads from Delbart and Cubinator. Michailidis will be a minute clear at the front of the grid. Cubinator a lap down in P3. Such is Michailidis' dominance of the race as we go down to the final 5 minutes of our stint. But the race will continue, of course, into the night and into the morning to afternoon stint of stint 3, still to come on the channel. Thank you to everyone who has been loyally watching with us, commenting and following the channel as well. Really appreciate all the follows. Make sure that you follow the Instagram channel for Zero Esport as well, because some fantastic graphics and team introductions out there on the Instagram. So make sure you have a follow of that as well, because if you're wondering who's driving for the teams, you can always go and have a look on Instagram. It's lap 84 of 91. It's a minute 56 of 2 hours, an hour 56 of 2 hours so far. There is Michailidis running through, and he is 1 minute and 3 in the lead of the race, as now Delbart has just less than a quarter of a tank of fuel left for the race. Looks like they've calculated that very well, Benson.
Yeah, indeed, he's putting brilliant effort in and make P2 very short. However, I'm curious that Cubinator is 82 seconds behind Michailidis. If he could, but the time won't help him because there are just 4 minutes in. But if he could bring some excellent pace, he could maybe re-overtake Michailidis, but I think it won't happen. So down from P3, everyone has a lap down for the next stint.
Yes, difficult final few minutes here for Nowak on the hard tyres, running out in the final few minutes in the dark conditions, cooler temperatures. Nowak has got to be getting quite nervous there to try and finish out the race. Then we've got A72 on the medium tyres. He's running through the finish. Choquet in the Fabulous livery for Zero Esports. In 6th place, Winneman still chasing him down. Looks to be the closest battle on the field at the moment is between Chucky in 6th and Winneman in 7th. Pirouche, representing FTE, is in 8th position as well, and looking very good. Looks like will Pirouche he's still just 1 lap down. I don't know how many drivers, perhaps P9 or P10 down are more than 2 laps behind. No, Verturis here for the Greek team in P9. He is just 1 lap down, hoping to avoid being lapped for the 2nd time before the end of the race. Should be able to avoid that nicely. And then we have Sabo in 10th place. These drivers have been working incredibly hard, no less hard than the drivers at the front, but for the lower order points. And some of these drivers have been taking a lot of pain for their teams, like particularly for Choque. Then we've got Mateusz Lesiga in 11th and Birol in 12th. We just have the 12 runners at this stage, thanks unfortunately to a disconnection earlier on. Just in the first few laps, wasn't it, the disconnection, and we lost the driver. But Birol racing on controller. Let's not forget Birol on controller, and we'll have very cramped hands by the end of this race.
Definitely, and big up to him, because 2 hours and the qualifying, it can be hurtful for the hands, but he made it through, so he earned everyone's respect, I think.
Definitely. So, 1 minute and 10 seconds to go on the first 2 hours. Here is Winneman still chasing down. 1 more lap potentially to catch and pass Choque on the soft tyres here. Choque on the mediums, but it looks like that tyre difference has faded, and Winneman now struggling for his tyres. Choque more comfortable on the mediums, I think, for this final lap.
Yeah, indeed. And when he had the chance, he had the blue flag issue, so it was taken away from him. And right now, as we saw, that Choque can pull away with the medium tires.
Absolutely. So we ride on board then with Winneman to finish out this first 2 hour stint. Michailidis leads, and we'll be heading towards the checkered flag shortly. Here we've got a minute and 1 hour 59:52 as the clock ticks down. Michailidis, I'm fairly certain now, will pick up the provisional win here. There he is, coming down through the S's. Lights ablaze on the Subaru BRZ. He has been incredibly impressive. He's down, his fuel is flashing red, so he's able to bring a significant lead for Race Online Hungary for the next 2 stints. He's still pushing hard. I think he knows we're likely to be watching him, and he's showing off now, Ben.
Yeah, of course, definitely. The radio just tell him, or the co-worker, the co-team is just tell him that it's time to drift a bit.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So down into turns 10A and 10B in the chicane at the end of the lap. Here he comes then. Michailidis, just a couple of turns to the right to go. And here he is then. I'm sure he'll be relieved to have made the end of our race. And he will complete lap 90. Complete 2 hours of racing and qualifying. Don't forget, these drivers have been qualifying as well, which their teammates won't have to do.
Yeah, it can be a two-way factor. It can be good because they don't have to drive another 10-15 minutes. However, they have to just sit in and make an absolutely maximum pace from the beginning. I'm sure that they are just training before that. However, in action and in crucial situation, it will be interesting to see how they can start the second stint.
Exactly. So, a few more kilometers to run here. This is Chucky with the low fuel on the car. I wonder if he's slightly too low on fuel. He's managed to gap Winneman by 3 seconds. He'll be hoping to use a little bit of slipstream from the car in front here, because he'll be hoping that Michailidis can finish off this race quickly and is pushing at the end of this race, because that is going to be the big one for him. Michailidis is on lap 89, is he, of the 91?
And I think Michailidis is
Some of these drivers are on quite low fuel.
Yeah, they will be relieved after Michailidis finishes that lap, so they won't have to do the 91st lap. And Chucky went from fighting for P6, P7 to attack P5, so he had a good run in the end.
Sure. One of the drivers there on very, very low fuel, but now you can see Michailidis is on his final lap. He will finish this one out and is heading then down to just close this out now for us. He's hopefully going to avoid running into low fuel mode. He's got a pixel or two of fuel left on his gauge on the bottom of the screen. He's chewed through these medium tyres as well. He's been handling the car beautifully so far today. But here he is then to take the checkered flag. A tremendous performance from Michailidis. Cubinator just behind him on the track, but having dropped a lap. So he's taken the checker as Cubinator in third place. Delbar will be the one running the longest, I think, for everybody.
Yes.
He's the only driver on the lead lap, but he's only just on the lead lap. Here is Chucky then to finish off. Will he be able to make an overtake for fifth place? He's on the best tyres he's used all day so far. He's forced to the outside, can't make the difference on the outside of the circuit, tries the cutback. He'll try, and he's obviously going to have a bit of fun at the end of the race here. He doesn't want to lose the car, though, going through the right-handers. It is Nowak in fourth. It's going to be A72 in fifth, and Chucky in sixth position then. And we just go into a replay to see how that final few meters progressed here for Chucky and for Ace 72. There was a little bit of weaving potentially, but this was to close out the race. Chucky trying to make the overtake work. Did actually get the nose slightly ahead, but knew he couldn't put himself on the outside going around the chicane. Didn't quite make it work, but you have to say, great performance from Chucky, having run the hard tyres all day long as he had to, and fitting those mediums at the end. No doubt, though, in anyone's mind who the star of the first third of the race was. It's Michailidis with pole and winning by over a minute. Tremendous performance there, Benza. But here is then the final standings. It's Michailidis, Delbar, Cubinator and Nowak. A72, Chucky, Winneman and Perluche in P8. And those are your gaps that the drivers will then have to be given to the second drivers in the teams to take on. P9 was Virturis. We have Sabo in 10th, Matthias Lessica in 11th, Birol in 12th, and unfortunately, as I said before, we did have a DNF, and that was Nova.
Yeah, and Michailidis was just awesome, and he just made it perfectly. However, I mentioned that Cubinator has the chance to get back a lap, and if there was one or more 2 laps in this race, he could re-overtake Michailidis. It was really close. He tried everything. But big up to the drivers. Fortunately, I couldn't, and I haven't made any mistakes. Appreciate them in this 76th lap. So thanks to them. They were really good, but Michailidis was in another league in this stint.
That's right. Lots of pressure on Race Online Hungary's next 2 drivers to come. But for now, we'll take a quick break and we'll bring the new commentary team in for the second 2 hours. But Ballas, any comments from you?
Yeah, of course. I think Benza will stay for or next to 1 hour. Yeah, next 1 hour.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Okay.
And Marco will join for us as a second voice. And after that, when event will leave us, Boydie will come to the last stint. Of course,
Tremendous.
we
Okay,
will,
well, thank you for having me today.
and of course we will continue with the second stint of 5 minutes.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for having me. Thanks to everyone for contributing to my first 2 hours of the stream, for the first 2 hours of this 6 hours endurance, and good luck to the drivers for the next 4 hours of racing.
to you here. We've got the green light. It's time to go racing. Right, here is Chocolate versus Icons.
The race of Hungary. Taking the Czech Flag first by 1 second.
Here we come back with the 6 hours race off-road Atlanta in the Masters of Endurance first round of the 2024 season. And here's my good friend Marco Albertini, who's switched with Webbo. Hello, Marco.
Hello. Hello, guys. Good to be back here.
Yeah, nice to hear your voice again here. And here's also our second voice, Bence Danko.
Hello again. Hello everyone.
So, there is 5 minutes to with the second stint. The stewards are counted the time gaps after the first stint, so we are waiting for to solve any technical issues in the lobby, because some drivers are exited main time. But after that, we are going with the second stint. How's you about this race, Marco?
It's gonna be interesting. Really excited to see what the drivers have in store for us. We got I saw that we have a lot of different cars. Especially we have one Lexus here, if I'm not wrong. That's
Yeah, we
really
could do a team showdown if some viewers didn't dare the beginning of the broadcast. So let's see those teams. Great.
got ERS with two AMG G3 Evos. Very beautiful cars, must say. Driven by 5 Polish drivers and 1 French guy. Really understeer cars. We have Theo Esportive with this awesome 911 RSR. Another car that tends to understeer. And so this FTE's car, another 911. Gotta say, every livery here is awesome. Like even the ones that we're gonna see later. We got Predator, an all Portuguese lineup for the 650S GT3, number 66, and we also have a Pitbull Racing Team, an all Polish lineup with this time using the GTR from 2018, number 778, ready to rock. With Project Multi 21, the 911, number 911, with an all Hungarian lineup from 2 different teams. Certainly interesting lineup. Then we have Raceline Hungary with the BRZ, a very interesting choice. That's the first time in a long time I've seen a BRZ being used. But we have ACTA with 3 different cars for all their teams, where we have the 911, the AMG, and the Lexus RCF GT3. We know the Lexus is very good on fuel saving, but the 911 and the AMG don't joke around. But we also have the Zero Esport 911, a clear inspiration from Rexy in IMSA and WC, with Bertrand Chokne, Shalda Ali, and Mate Masha being the 3 drivers for the Zero Esports team, and they're all competing in the 6 hour. And we're ready to see the start of the second part of the 6 hours.
Yeah, this is a special thing
Already.
of the Masters of Endurance, so we keep the gaps, the time gaps between the teams after the first stint. So every team after formation laps has to go, have to go back to the pit, and the stewards will write on the chat wall their car numbers when we have to start. And also they have to change their tires to save them from the code, because there was not fair in the previous race on the Nürburgring in December, because the front of the field started the next stint with hotter or warmer tires than the end of the field, so this is a mandatory tire change when the stewards say to start, say go for the teams. As you see, the drivers are coming back to the pit and we're waiting for start signal from the stewards. The first who will be started from the pit is Martin Pajor, racing from the Race Online Hungary.
Yeah, and after that we will have a long wait, around 70 seconds for the next driver.
Very good format, I must say. It does keep the gaps as they were before the stint, before the new stint. The format that it's not often used, but it's the best one if you want to keep track of gaps between drivers.
Yes, indeed, and it, I think, is the fairest choice to keep the distances, and it will be an interesting thing, because I've never really seen that much or this approach before. We'll see how it goes, and we see that the car 14 with Pajor just goes out from the pit.
Yeah, because you could mess up someone's race if you did this in another format.
Indeed.
Yeah, I have done my fair share of endurance races in Gran Turismo, and most of them use a very basic format, just stint by stint, but they calculate the gaps manually after each stint, but they don't get the drivers in the pits to wait to space them out. They just send them on the track, even though they technically are behind or ahead of another car. But that system is confusing, but this one isn't, and it's very good. And although it's a bit clunky, shall I say, to execute, it has a better result at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I agree. It's a bit an unusual system, but hope it works brilliantly. And as we see, the stewards just writing the numbers of the cars who can go out.
So, seeing the GTR, the sole GTR in the field, going out of the pits, and well, the gaps are pretty big out here. See what? Oh, replay of the start of the race.
Yeah, it seems like the start of the first stint.
Yeah, guess it was a pretty nice start. With the Zero car on the leading the first.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, that was a really good start from the Zero team, taking the lead early on. But unfortunately, how they're not P1 anymore. But currently, P was it count C? But I apologize. I did miss the race, but
Yeah, if in case anyone missed it, Chokney went from P4 to P1 in the start, and Mihaly Desmáté went from P1 to P4. But after that, Mihaly made a brilliant performance and give the wheel to Pajor with more than a minute of an advantage from P2, and down from P3, everyone was a lap down. Therefore, right now, if I'm not mistaken, down from P3, everyone is a lap down already.
yeah, I would imagine so given the big gaps, but it's a thing of endurance racing. Because the gaps get pretty big in a few hours unless you have MX5s, shall I say. I'm saying MX5s as a reference to the IMSA championship where they're all close. But yeah, it's a thing of endurance racing, having very big gaps. And the thing is that, like, in endurance racing, you can gain and lose a lot of time, and that is, and whenever you're driving or making a strategic call, you gotta think in the long term, because you can have a very good strategy in the short term, but you have to make it work over the race distance. This case, it's 6 hours, so
Yeah, indeed, and there are some mandatory tire usage rules. So you have to use mediums and hards for at least 25% of the whole 6-hour stint race. And there were some interesting tactics in stint one. For example, Chokney with Zira Ashford used a lot of hard tires. Where we Oh, it was just a blue flag or a mistake? We'll see. It's a Oh, it's the first one of the day. A
right.
nice bit of 360.
Yeah, was this gets style points.
Indeed, I think it should get really good style points. So yeah, what I was mentioning, for example, Zero Ashport used so much hard tires. The next two stints, if they use none of the hard tires, they are already done it. However, for example, in P1, Mihaly Desmáté haven't used any hard tires. Therefore, in the next two stints, someone has to use more hard tires. It's a bit of an interesting tactics, and who carries this weight? It will be an interesting watch for the teams that who uses the hard tires, especially in this evening section where the hard tires will be even worse than it was in the first stint.
Yeah, very strategic call from the Zero crew, who are going all in with this lowest tire in the first stages just to get a very good final stint. And they're currently 2 minutes behind the leader, but this could actually work given their very interesting and bold strategy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
indeed, and they can make a bit of a gap, but I don't know if 2 minutes can be made. It will be interesting.
Yeah, we're all gonna see in the long term. It's gonna be really interesting. We'll see Tabai with the RCF car that some of you know that I'm really affectionate to this car. But it's very nice seeing Alexis being used in an endurance race. Don't see that often, but Adam Tapai, the decent driver from Hungary, taking the S's with elegance and precision. Sparks coming out of the rear of the car as he wheels around the car, having just had the fastest uh lap of the stint, and it seems to be doing like pretty fine, right? He's currently P5, just behind ERS Nixo 09 in the Mercedes AMG. It's gonna be AMG versus Lexus, and the gap is just 1.2 seconds. But it seems like that Tapai has the edge over the Polish driver. Vente, what do you think?
Yeah, I think from this stint, I think Tafay Adam is the best driver currently on the grid. Um, so he is in the second stint. He has a 2 minute gap from P1. However, as you said, he's really close to P4, and I think he has. If anyone, then he can make a really good stint in these 2 hours, and make some positions even.
Yeah, it's gonna be so. So yeah, Tapai still just lost a bit of time in the last lap, unfortunately, but he did all the correct things. Imagine the tires, imagine the fuel. The ladder not being a hard task since the car is really good on fuel economy on its own. Really, it's notable for it's how should I say Middle East oil reserve type of fuel tank.
Yeah, and what was interesting in the first stint is that the soft tires were used way more than we expected that.
Yeah.
So I don't know how the tires, but or which tires are the drivers on. We can see Adam on medium, and I think medium is the safest and the smartest choice for the beginning, especially with heavy cars and with the night set. But we might see some surprise here or there.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. As someone who drove this car a lot, I know for experience that the car is really good on soft tires, but it does struggle on harder compounds compared to other cars. But I find it very interesting that they were using the softs a lot in the first time, but now on mediums they're very close to Nixo, and we might see a move in the next few laps or even corners if Tapai can bridge the gap even more.
Yeah, and he
It's
is really close. It's really close to an overtake, and it's a power overtake as we see because Both of them are on medium tires, of course, right now with even fuel usage. Therefore, it's a pure battle and for position.
Yeah. Still rocking. So seems like that Nixer is probably trying to manage the front tires. As we know, both of these cars use the front tires quite a lot, but the Lexus can kind of balance the tire, but the AMG uses a lot of the front tires due to its nature. And you see Tapai making the move down the inside, going down to the chicane, and moves up into 4th place. Very clean move and pretty easy actually from the Hungarian driver who goes up a place, which could really mean a lot in the long term. But as we know, he still needs to use harder compounds over the rest of the race.
Yeah, this was a really clean move, and he moved up really easily. But now he has a really hard task since he has over 26-second gap. So it will be hard work for the next
Yeah.
100, but I don't know how many minutes. A lot of minutes.
Yeah.
A lot, 103 minutes. So, and now we just see the other half of the grid. There are some hard tires in the beginning, which is a painful start, but someone has to do it for the team.
Yeah.
We see another hard tire. It seems like the second half of the grid choose the hard tire to get rid of it right now, and after that they don't have to use it, or they use the hard tire as well, as we see.
Yep. As we go back, B10 with this beautiful 911 that just blends in with the ambient. And we've seen that with the other ERS car, currently in P11, being shown the blue flags, indicating that he should let the leaders pass. I think that's a Lexus behind. I think that's the play behind. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it seems like that.
Yeah. As we see the Acta AMG currently right ahead of Payor, who really wants it out of the way as he's got a car really close. Very close behind them, but it's gonna be hard given how the BRZ is really fast down the corners, but not that fast down the straights, or at least not in acceleration. So it becomes an enigma of how do you pass a lapped car, and we're gonna probably see the solution to this as Payor tries to go around the outside, but it doesn't work for him as he can't get the gap to it. Tries again on the inside for turn 7, and this time gets the move done, passing the lapped Acta car and putting one more car between himself and P2.
Yeah, indeed. It was a really hard move, especially with a blue flag or a lap car. Maybe a bit harder than it should be, but he's racing, so. And he made the move brilliantly. Decent undercut. And as we see, P2 has 80 seconds gap from Payor, and maybe it's Payor ahead of it, so he's been lapped as well, if I'm correct.
Yeah. But Frenchman is really putting the drive of his life here. Pace pace is good given the hard tires that he's currently using, and he's making one hell of a job trying to stay in this position. It's not hard. It's not easy. It's not easy when the drivers behind you are on faster tires. So it's it's all part of consistency here, because if he's gonna use softer compounds later in the race, which I assume he does, he's gonna uh have to make it work, because it's a pretty interesting time to put on hard tires.
Yeah, it might be not the best time, but right now the Pitbull team tries to make the most out of it, and he has really good pace right now. However, I think Adam Tafari will try to just catch or just minimize this gap.
Yeah. Yeah. So currently watching the their car on was it mediums? Having trouble reading that because I'm pretty far, but seems like the mediums aren't having that much of a fun time. Already 14 laps in, and look at the wear on both left tires.
Yeah, the front left just heavily washed right now after 14 laps. What we saw in the first stint on the sunny first stint, that the mediums was alright for, and you can go on a 25 lap stint on the mediums, and just we see a penalty for Masha, which is half a second, but it's in the middle of the main straight or the back straight. Therefore, it's not a half a second punishment. It's way more. Therefore, it can hurt. And the other interesting thing, which can apply in this stint as well, is the fuel usage and the tactics. What we saw that there were 3 or 4 pit stop tactics, and we saw the soft tires way more than we thought. However, the fuel usage was a crucial point. If you can survive the half of the race with lower fuel usage, you can have way shorter pit stops, and you can cut and you can gain some positions even.
Yep. Currently watching E7, which is the FT E driver, being chased by Far. About for P7 heating up here on 15th lap of this stint. Porsche on hard tires, doing all that he can to stay ahead of his fellow Porsche as we come to lap 16.
Yeah, this stint is going very peacefully right now. However, the tactic changes and the pit stops can cause positional chaos in the middle of the race.
Yeah. Yeah, so probably a very good part of the way in this stint. And while we haven't seen much battles, we have seen a lot of tire management by the drivers. And I'd say it's pretty damn hard to do around Road Atlanta given the amount of S's there are on track. It's a very hard task, and it's definitely one that requires quite a lot of talent to do, and I'm very stunned that the drivers are are putting their money where their mouth is with this amount of tire management, because it's very crucial, especially in an endurance race, to know how to manage the tires, because the more, like, usually the longer a tire stint is, the better it can be. I mean, not necessarily, but it is in most of the cases, because if your pace is good and you can manage the tires, then you most certainly are gonna spend less time in the pits, and depending how long are the pits, which case Road Atlanta, they're pretty long to traversing, then the less time you spend in the pits, then the better it is for you and the team.
Yeah, indeed. Especially as you mentioned, if you can combine the good pace and the good tire management, it can maybe shorten a pit stop. We saw that some drivers made 4 pit stops, some drivers went through with 3 pit stops. However, as you mentioned, it's not necessarily the case, because, for example, the Pit Bull team went really hard on their tires, but used really well and with really good speed, um, and therefore they are in P3. So it can be good. However, every team has to remember that rule, the hard tire and the medium tire rule. And there are some teams who haven't used any or too much hard tires yet, so it will be a factor later.
Yeah. So it's pretty interesting how fast time goes. I feel like I've just started content and we're already on the 18th lap.
Yeah, indeed.
And time does fly by, and uh, I think I'm not. I think I'm probably not gonna get enough of it, as I'm gonna commentate for the rest of the race. That's gonna be it's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
I
the
think.
first 18 are just, as you mentioned, just fly through us. Not that much action, however, um, it is it was important for every diver to build self-confidence, to make sure don't lose any position, don't lose anything, just survive these laps, and now you can make your tactical moves. And as we just see, Adam has only a 10-second gap, which was around 26 seconds, if I remember correctly, at the beginning.
Yeah.
So his medium tires and his pace just paid off really well, and he cut off around almost 20 seconds.
Okay. So, right. Oh,
That
Mate
front left,
is,
that the whole left tires.
yeah, he's really pushing.
Hmm. I think he has to beat in a lap or two, because this front left has
Yeah, I think.
barely any white graphic left. And now he's beating it.
Yeah, no, it's been as expected. I mean, he wasn't going long on that tire. I don't think so.
It
It
wasn't
would
as
have.
long as it should be, that's for sure.
Yeah. For of course he's going as long as I can, but I really didn't see him going longer than that, because it was just not gonna work out for him.
Yeah, of course. Now it will be an interesting thing that which tire does he put on? Maybe he will go on another medium run, or a soft run. I don't see any point of putting on the hards because it's being used for the first stint with Choknyai, and the hard tire had way less space than the medium or the softs.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, it wouldn't make any sense to run the hard tires. And I see Tapai on the mediums really using all of them. And they're gonna come in pretty soon. I think the Zero team started the cycle of pit stops in Viston. So
Yeah,
very
yeah.
yeah.
And just it's interesting that the Polish driver is on the hard tires, so it's a punishable and it's a really hard thing to do right now. But after this hard compound, he can put on the soft or the medium and can have way better pace. However, right now I think Tapai Adam has the best pace in the grid, and he cut off some seconds from Pajor, even from P1. However, the difference is so big. I don't see any main threats for Pajor at the moment. This is below 5 seconds.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, it's interesting.
With
So
this pace, yes, sir. Sorry.
no,
Just
go on.
with this pace, I think Adam can catch P3 in a few laps, and we can have maybe a good battle before or after the pit stops. Oh, speaking of them.
Yeah, for sure. But Nyx is really going long on this tires. I'm looking surprised that he's. I am really surprised that he's going this far on his tires.
Yeah, it's a good tactic that if you can make 24, 25 laps with the mediums, maybe you can have one less pit stop than the others in the long run.
Yeah. So Bench, what do you think about the track?
I mean, as we saw in the first, it's a really punishable track, which is really heavy on mentally for the drivers, since there are a lot of chaining corners in the middle of the pack, and when you have one slight mistake, you carry that for another 3-4 corners. Therefore, you have to maximize every corner, and I love these kinds of tracks where which can't have any rest. You have to maintain focus all the time and all around. I know if you agree or not.
I wholeheartedly agree with if I just said.
And yeah, as you said, how long
Yeah.
can this thing go for the Polish driver if it did after 23 laps?
Yeah, it's
Running
going really
mediums.
long, unusually long on the tires.
As we saw in the first around 24 lap medium runs, and when we divide it, it's a good free pit stop run around 4 times 23 lap time. So it can be good. They can use even 4 mediums in this race if they want. However, we saw around the 20 lap stint for Michailidis on the softs, which was incredible.
Yeah, so the GTR, I think there's the GTR in the pits. Toyota currently leading the race.
Yeah, and he has around 90 seconds gap. So he not even maintained. He could pick up even more pace to strength that P1.
So yeah, Toyota is on really almost at the end of his tire stint.
And I think he's doing a really good tactic right now. He went as long as he could, just wasn't bothered with anyone, and he made 27 laps of these mediums.
Yeah, he's trying ultimately doing what he can. Oh, guess he's in the pit. Let's
I
see
think,
what tires he puts on.
yeah, I think we should see some hard tires from now on because they haven't used any for more than 2.5 hours. So I think it's maybe time to go on hards, but maybe they will have one more medium stint before that.
Yeah, so we're now seeing a lot of lane changes going up and down, but I think the COE car will probably would have been long to pit as their tires are in a pretty good state.
Yeah, the tire management seems pretty good on this car.
Yeah, it really seems like it.
Yeah, and another medium stint for Pyor. So they push the hard tires a bit later.
Yep.
now, and we see the blue flag can cause some traffic right now. The Pit Bull car got the blue flag. And power flashing as much as he can, just to show that he's there.
Yep, he's there.
Bit of contact, but he made it through. It's not that easy to go through the blue or the lap cars. They really don't want to let you.
Go see the replay of it. Payar back in the lead right now. Massive gap to second with Pure. The GTR currently in P5. Long way back on Payar, but still has a chance to get on lap, and there's a bit of contact there. Just a small bump with the 911, but nothing too serious out of it. As we start lap 30, should be for Payar. Well, I think Payar and P2 are probably the only ones on the lead lap, unless I missed something. I see the PRT GTR short shifting a lot for here, trying to save fuel, and overall just trying his best to get the 911, the Acta 911 out of the way. It's not gonna be an easy task, as it seems like the Acta Porsche does have pace, but we know that the PRT is PRT driver just wants to have clear track ahead and set some really good lap times, but currently on the hard tires, trying everything he can, but it's not easy.
Yeah, and if he wants to unlap himself, he has to make it really clearly, so he can't cause any Ocon Verstappen mistakes and issues.
Yeah.
It wouldn't seem that's right. And he is trying, that's for sure.
It's gonna be. He's really getting close corner after corner, but ultimately he's just that one bit short from making the move.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, in the corner he just gets really close, but it's not an attacking distance yet. But now it might be. And he even made the move, but after the first corner, Pater almost threw the car away. It was a nice save from him.
Yeah, so it's a pretty easy place to almost throw the car away, but oh yeah,
Yeah, that was really close.
yeah, you never wanna go that wide after turn one.
can see one more time from his perspective. He got the grass and that was really close.
Yeah.
But nice save from him.
Yeah, very, very nice save. It could have been really, really costly.
Indeed.
And especially given, oh my god, he hit the grass, but during braking. But given given his current tire state, I'm not surprised that he found the grass while trying to go around the outside, because that corner really requires a lot of tire grip to even do it. If you are on the outside and you're on very worn tires, you're not gonna have a fun time, unfortunately. And he almost found out the hard way, but I think he got let off with a small slap on the wrist.
Yeah, indeed. Now we see the other pit stop in the 32nd lap. I think it was maybe from the start, and he made 31 lap or 30 laps on the hard tires, which is quite impressive.
Yeah. So currently on the back of the 911. That's a pretty damn good overtake. Just like Tapai, another sleek move down the inside of the chicane. Pretty good move.
Yeah, really good move, and he
Yeah.
has better tires and he used it pretty well as well.
Yep.
It was a
Very good move to get himself up to P5. Not a long way back from the next car, the PRT car, GTR, and has to go down with Matamasa on mediums. Currently doing what he can with these tires. Lap 33 out of 91 in Viston. And he really is pushing the limits on these tires. But this might pay off somewhat, as we know that he's on the inverse strategy, from going from hardest tire to softest tire. I think that's the plan for.
Yeah, but maybe a negative impact on this tire usage is that if they don't want, they don't have to use the hard tire anymore. But with this tire usage, I don't really see that they can do it with a free pit stop. So there is an optimal tactic where you pit after like every 23 laps, and you can do it with free pit stops. However, with this tire usage, I don't see another 12 laps in Mate right now. So he might have to save tires or just be more aggressive and switch to soft tire at some point and do with 4 pit stop.
Yeah. Yeah, replay of it. Pretty sleek pass. And that's how turn 5. Using the indicator. That's good from the FT driver. That's the first time I've seen anyone use the indicator when getting lapped. And I think this is the Gran Turismo exclusive, as even on our race, I have never seen anyone use the indicator, probably because there isn't a button for it, but it's actually pretty clever. You're telling the guy to go in a specific part of the track,
Yeah.
so you can overtake, and you as a lapper can facilitate the overtake.
Yeah, I had some experience in Gran Turismo racing that not when lapping, but for example when I try to tell my teammate or just who came behind me that I won't really fight for this position, so I just pull the indicator and try to pull aside a little bit, just to try to tell him without even losing pace that okay, I don't want to fight. So it's a really clever way to minimize your time losing and tell your opponent that what you really want without slowing down.
Yeah, it's pretty, pretty, pretty clever. But by still rocking in third place with that
And now he's
beautiful
closing to
Lexus.
P2 even, so he
Yeah,
he just got away from the Polish driver, from the Pitbull driver, and now he's just chasing P2 with an excellent pace.
it's great. Chasing down P2, who isn't that far off in the distance. But given the tire strategy, who do you think is gonna come on top after this stint?
I mean, P1 is not really a question right now because Pajor has made his pit stop, but I think he had almost 90 second gap, so he definitely will be P1, but P2, P3, and P4 can be a really good question because I think the French team can hold P2 for now, but I can see that Tapai closing as much time as he just can. I don't know. What do you think?
It's certainly interesting. I'd say that, yeah, just like you said, the the positions from second to fourth are still not yet defined, and I don't know. Maybe I honestly think that maybe um think Tapai could be second by the end of the stint. But let's not forget that that team still needs to use harder compound tires.
Yeah, I think they used some of them and used them in the first team, but I don't think that was enough to cover the whole 6 hour race. Uh, they have to keep it around and they have to calculate that how much hard tire they have to use for the next 3 hours.
So, yeah, and for all of our endurance race enjoyers, after the 6 hours of Red Atlanta has ended, I suggest y'all to watch the 24 Hours of Fuji. It's not a fun endurance race. This time the 24 hours is held live, but I suggest watching it after this race, as this race that we're currently counting has got a lot of action still yet to come. And I think we're almost halfway through the race. Is that correct?
Yep, indeed. We are 5 minutes away.
Yeah, so 3 hours out of 6. And we still got plenty more action to unveil, as we still need to see what certain teams will do, as they're all on different strategies. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty chicken to. Ooh, yeah, yeah, he's definitely coming in this lap. Mate Masha is currently trying his utmost to get the tires all the way.
And if I'm correct, he made 19 or 20 lap on the first stint as well. So he used the tires the same way, even though he had lower fuel, or he had less fuel in the car for the second stint of his race right now. It will be interesting. Uh, I can see a soft tire for him, because I think it will be a 4-stop for now, and they might have to just try to aggressively attack the tires and make one more pit stop in this stint.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, he's really aggressive on the tires, and who knows, maybe it can work, depending on the tire strategy that he's gonna have later in the stint, and we're also gonna have to see what the third driver will do.
Yeah, indeed.
It's easy to say that race hasn't gone well, even like in the middle of the race, but anything can happen and surely will happen as we still got half the race remaining. So I really cannot wait to see what drivers will do.
Yeah, and it's important to notice that the Zeta team doesn't have to. We don't have to use the hard tires anymore, so they can think about tactics without the hard tire, since it is the slowest tire, and they used it enough times in this race. It's very interesting to see which tire Mashamati puts on after the second pit stop.
Yep.
But he's still in the box.
Yeah, and we're gonna see a new another pit cycle pretty soon.
Yeah, I think it's 5 or 6 laps away, or maybe not that much even, to see the other cars pitting. Pyre is really confident in the lead, and he's not throwing away that lead. He can hold it really well at the moment.
He's really imagine the race right now. I raced him quite a few times in the Zero Evolution Championship, and man, is he a good racer. Very young, and definitely knows how to keep the tires alive over a long period of time. And he also has some unbelievable pace that just makes you wonder how does this man manage to extract so much pace over a long period of time, and now he's just gone purple in the first sector.
Yeah, he did it, and he's really good in tire management as well. And as you said it, and just he made purple sector out of nowhere. So his race pace and his tire management are also really good. So that pays off in a long stint, as we see. And I think he can go easily another 6 or 7 laps before pitting, which pays off really well.
So, but no, oh, Tapai is really pushing front left tire, and as I said before, both the Lexus and the AMG really use the front tires, but the Lexus is arguably a bit more balanced with it. But he's also very tight on fuel, so man, yeah, he needs to pit in a few laps or so.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So it's the you know, in endurance racing we call this the quiet part of the race, where not a lot of stuff happens, and we're like in the middle of the race, but you know, it's
The
it's
silence before the storm. Yeah.
yeah, it's a calm before the storm, but the storm will most likely be the pit stops, and we've seen another driver enter the pits. It's the Porsche 911 from Project Multi 21 with Durbali currently driving. Putting a lot of fuel in the car, and as we know, the refueling speed is slow, so that's why fuel saving is essential, because the more fuel you save, the less time you're gonna lose in the pits. And if I'm not wrong, the refueling speed is 1 liter per second. And as I'm gonna speak from personal experience, but in Zera, in the first season of the Evolution Championship, when we had BMWs, I was really saving a lot of fuel, and I achieved my first win in in the championship because I had uh, less fuel to add to the car in my uh, pit stop, and with that I held off, I think, Michailidis for 15 or so laps. But you know, think about the races here in Zurich is that you have to be good on fuel.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's a really crucial part in this, because it's really frustrating. Uh, if you drive or if you just watch it, it's really frustrating when the driver just sitting 30 or 40 seconds just waiting for the fuel to put in. So yeah, it's really frustrating, and the more the more fuel you can save with good pace, the better you come out in 91 laps. And it's a really long race, so pure pace is not enough. You have to have really good tire and fuel management as well.
yep. And as we just reached the halfway mark of the race, we are in for a treat. As I think we're gonna see another round of pit stops happen before the stint ends. And Tapai goes in the pits, and Tapai pits.
He used every bit of fuel that he had.
Yeah, really using a lot of fuel. Very like, the longer you go, the more fuel you're gonna use, but it's also it's interesting. Oh, that's a penalty. Oh.
It's never a good thing, but now when you have to push it because Dafa is really closing, it's a painful penalty right now.
Yeah, it really is a painful penalty, and we don't see a lot of penalties being thrown around uh for track limits, especially in endurance races. Um but this one definitely does uh make it is a lot interesting, because usually you don't want to get penalties because they're gonna backfire. Um, but given that's just a half-second penalty, I think it's just a small bump in the road, isn't it?
Yeah, but in this track, it's the penalty point is in the middle of the straight where you get the half second, but it's a bit more, and it's frustrating as well, especially when you have a closing battle with Tapai, and it can be frustrating. So he has to just forget it and try to maximize his pace.
Yeah, and yeah, it's definitely that. And it doesn't also help that he's on towards the end of his stint on tires and fuel, especially on fuel, because the car is louder, so you have the opportunity to lose less time, even if the tires are starting to go. So that's a pretty important time loss here that
Yeah, indeed.
may or may not come back to bite you uh, towards the end. But or maybe I'm just overthinking. But ideally,
We'll
just
see. Yeah.
yeah, we'll see. But ideally, just don't want to have any penalties.
Yeah, it can be never good, but in these tight situations, it's even worse.
So, seeing a few drivers come in the pits, and the PRT guys are coming with 0. Oh, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of fuel to put in. And that is a very long pit stop. Imagine, although that could definitely be interesting to see, as yeah, from 0 liters to a full tank with this refueling speed, it's definitely gonna take very long, and it's gonna
Yeah.
make him lose a lot of time. So we have a new follower, I think. This sound effect is familiar to us, and we indeed have a new follower. So many thanks for the follow. I read the name. Wait, just a second, please. Hey, Robert. Yeah, Wax Rubber 88. Thank you very much for the follow. We really appreciate it. And speaking of our Twitch stream, we have 36 viewers, and we welcome all to the stream with we say hi to Villa Krakovia, Larson 1525, Opir Luge, and Purity El Chapo. And Malaria has gone to the pits from 2nd place. So, few drivers still yet to pit. And we're almost at lap 50, and I might as well just give a quick shout out to our local man in Tuscabelas who is managing the live stream. I don't know if you can hear me, but
Yeah, I'm here.
yeah. want to say hi to our. Yeah, we just want to say hi to you, Baji, because your work is underrated, shall I say? Because if you are a live stream director and you don't get a lot of credit, but you are making a hell of a job trying to put this all together, and it's actually going really, really well.
Thank you, man. Thank you. And this is time to let Benson to go, because we have to go.
I had my 3 hours, and it was a really good 3 hours. Definitely will open Twitch and just watch the end of the race. So thank you very much for having me, and have fun for the rest of the stint and for the rest of the race.
Thank you for you too, mate. It was a pleasure to comment it with you, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Good night.
And sadly, our local man Bensadanko has to go. But we really thank him for the effort that he's put in to commentate the first half with us. And as it stands for now, I'm alone with Budgie in the commentary box. And
Yeah,
this
let's
is
do
fast.
this. I'm here for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Since I asked Bench before, I might as well ask you the same question. What do you think about this track, Road Atlanta?
I really love this track. I've raced a lot in iRacing in this track, but not with GT3 cars. I have raced with the Porsche 911 Cup with no ABS and no traction control, so it's a little bit harder to manage this car, this track. But with GT3 cars is also a very technical track. Not too wide, and the first sector is really technical. But I love it.
Especially with the
But I love it.
downhill. Yeah, don't we all love Road Atlanta? In fact, I think the last part of the track is also awesome. Imagine yourself going downhill after the chicane as you see Tapai making a move on a lap car. But yeah, as I said, the first sector is amazing, like with follow these S's, and with turn 5, that really tricky left-hander, and as you see it now, turn 5, what a lovely corner, and followed by like these two right-hand corners, almost 90-degree corners, especially the first one. The second one is most likely a 90-degree corner. And after I have this very long straight, and when the track was first built, it was straight until like the last corner. There was no chicane. So imagine yourself taking this section, but there isn't a chicane, and the straight follows the route of the final corner. So you have to slow down going uphill for a fast right-hander, as Payar goes in the pits for his third pit stop of the stint. But yeah, Budgie, imagine if they never added the chicane. Imagine how crazy it would be.
Yeah, in the first stint, or what you mean about this?
I mean about track history.
I don't know.
Cause the chicane, it was added because of safety. I think.
Oh,
40
really?
40 years ago. So I want
I don't know
to go.
too much
No worries.
history
I'm
of this
gonna.
track because it is a little bit new track for me after it's updated the GT7 about a year ago. So yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's a really good track and a very special track for American people because this and only Watkins Glen is only builded track near to New York and near countries, and the NASCAR and IndyCar series are really near to New York. Thanks for these two tracks.
Yeah. I've heard Atlanta definitely has a lot of history. Uh, and it's a it's a real track. It's uh 54 years old, if my maths are correct. 54 years old. That's a that's pretty long for a track. But we do love tracks with history, don't we? I think we do celebrate a lot of tracks that have history behind it, especially like a very long history, because then it becomes tradition. I think one of the first tracks that comes to mind is probably Monaco or Monza. Tracks that have a lot of history behind it. They're more than 100 years old now, and they are really famous tracks. Even to the average person who doesn't know a lot about motorsport, they just know that they exist because it has become folklore. Uh, shall I say? Meanwhile, the ACTA AMG facilitates uh lapping. Facilitates man. That's something the ERS car, something an ERS car who was lapping. So the ACTA AMG moves out of the way to facilitate the ERS car lapping himself.
May this lineup of the ACTA should be the deadliest team in the grid because they had disconnect first stint, so they started the second stint from the last position with 30 seconds gap behind the Portuguese team, but this is why our front of the Portuguese, the driver of the Predator crew didn't show their car number in the chat wall when the stewards are starting the grid, the beginning of the second stint, and he stayed on the pit too many laps and waiting for his car number, but the stewards are righted it already, but didn't show it. And this is why he's on the 13th position now. And we saw new flag, early gentle pass away on the ACTA driver.
Yeah, unfortunate start, but I think that's the sim racing version of a mechanical issue.
Yeah, it is a technical sport also, even if it is in virtual. So we can do anything against these problems. Also, the stewards are trying to minimize the mistakes of starting the stint starting period or method, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, 1 second penalty.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, that's
For
tough
Malvi
to-
and Tapai. What is the gap in them? About 6 seconds and to dance.
That's
Me, the Porsche is managing better than managing the tires better than the Lexus RCF.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a very good job with the tires. And yeah, so I actually expected Tapai to close in the gap quite a lot throughout the second sim, but the Porsche in second place has driven really well. Malvi is doing a fantastic job to stay in second place, really keeping the pace strong, and thinking gonna try and get unlapped from Payar to put himself as the sole other car in the lead lap, but we're gonna have to wait just a bit for that to happen. And while we wait for that, uh, I failed to notice that Payot has gone the fastest lap from Tapai. So the BRZ, who is currently having some interesting pace, has got the fastest lap. So
Yeah,
I wonder who
it
has
is
the
it is 2
fastest.
tenths of a second.
Ah yes.
I think. Tapai's
Ooh.
fastest lap was
0.4 maybe.
17.4 or 5.
I do wonder. I do wonder. What it if that is the fastest overall lap of the race, or that is just a stint fastest lap.
It is a big thing for me. 17.0 is the fastest lap
Okay.
currently from Artemianides.
Okay. That's interesting. So that BRZ definitely does have some ungodly pace. and yeah, so that BRZ is definitely getting the fastest laps in. Just that it needs a bit of time to properly kick in, you know.
No, it is only 4 seconds, 2 tenths between these 2 drivers. So Tapa is catching up to Malvi. Really hard. So, and I think he's faster than Malvi with 1 second.
Yeah, but the question is that gonna be enough to catch him before the end of the stint? Because we do know that both drivers have got the talent, but I'm wondering if Malvi can hold off Tapai if Tapai gets closer, catches him, and Tapai is just 3 seconds back, but Malvi is starting to improve on his pace. Massa in the pits on mediums.
I think it is his third pit stop this race, or not.
I think that's his.
Correct me if you know better than me.
I think that's his third pit stop of the race.
And I don't think so. It will to the stint. So Massa will have one more pit stop.
Yeah, I think
Stop two.
everyone will have another pit stop to go to the end. Because I haven't seen anyone go more than 20, 22 laps on the same tire. And yeah, Massa has gone for the quick stop. Okay, so Mata is splitting up his fuel into 2 pit stops as I think that a lot of people will have to come in, like, even if they have enough fuel to go to the end, they most certainly will not have enough tires to go to the end. Because it seems like that every 20 or so laps, the tires just go. So you at this point you would need the tire that will last 29 laps, if my math is correct. So yeah, it's all a game of how long you can get the tires to last, and that's like I said in the early part of the stint. It's all about it. The less time you spend in the pits, the better it is, and also how long you can drag the tires, because when you have to pit less times. So it seems like that we're gonna have 4 stops in this stint, and we are waiting for the first one from some drivers. And PRT comes into the pits again with 0 liters. This time on soft tires, so I think another trim of soft to put fit on, but more another long pit stop.
Yeah, it's really resetted for one multiple in settings. This is why it is very long pit stops.
Very, very interesting. So, and he goes out 43 liters on the GTR GT3 as it comes out of pits. Currently in P5, but I think it's going to be P4 by the end of the stint, unless Nixo can pull off a miracle in these last 27 laps, that is. We see Malvi and Tapai. Tapai still itching closer and closer to Malvi, but Malvi is keeping him honest, not losing too much time per lap. And we go back with the Hungarian driver, Hafar in the Porsche 911, currently in P7.
Maybe
yeah,
we saw
just-
the takeover from some, but I don't know well because we watch it that way. But it seems to Massa is really faster than Hadar currently, because Hadar racing on hards, and Massa is
He's on softs?
Softs, yeah.
Yeah, Massa has pitted not long ago, so yeah, he definitely has a tire advantage as of now. So I think Mate is the fastest car on track, and Payar. I think Payar just set the fastest lap overall, 16.8.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's a very fast lap time, and that's the current fastest lap not only of the sim but overall. That was a few laps ago, and now he's just running mid 17s. So one-off lap, but overall his pace is still really really strong.
How fast
This
will it be if it's not going under the night?
oh that would be interesting, and that's what we're gonna see later, I think, because uh.
There is information from the race control.
Yep.
Race Online Hungary's third driver, David Pajor, can't be participate in the third stint, so their reserve driver, world champion, Hungarian world champion, will sit on their Subaru. It is Patrick Blajan.
Ooh, that's a big name.
Yeah, that's a big name. I can't wait what will be happen in the third stint. But I think Race Online Hungary has the provision to win currently. If any technical problems won't be happen or any mistakes from the drivers. Let's take a look back to Tapia and Malvi.
Ooh, 1.4. Sorry, 1.8. Yeah, the gap is closing. So gap is closing at a very fast rate. But keep in mind that both drivers still need to stop. So it's gonna be very, very interesting. Tapai could actually make it. So could Melby. I think if Tapai and Melby can stretch the tires just a few laps longer, then they can make one pit stop and that's it, and they would be all good to go for the rest of the stint. Especially that they might not need that much fuel if they can go along on this tire stint, and if they do go along on the tire stint, then they're gonna have a lot of car once they exit the pits.
Yeah, I mean Malvi is trying to save a little bit of fuel because he has more than Tapai, and I think Porsche is eating more fuel than the Lexus RCF in normal mode.
Ooh,
That was a really
Interesting.
aggressive backs from Tapai.
yeah. But he has to be aggressive now because he knows that he is within striking distance of Malvi, but Tapai needs to think about the tires. Cause he can be easy. He may think that it's easy on the tires, but he has to think about the tires. I think it's better to try and save the tires. Maybe get to lap 70 or 71, and then pit and go all out trying to overtake Malvi.
Yeah, and
But
it
that-
will be harder for Tapai when after he comes to the dirty air of Alvi,
Is in the pits?
and he
Tapai's
pits.
in the pits? Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That's a pretty early pit stop. That's an undercut. Oh, he's very low on fuel. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't. He couldn't do one more lap with this fuel level, but he gained a lot for Malvi, and it is a really huge comeback from Octa Esports friends, because I don't know, you know, well, Marco, this team had a issue in the first stint, crash or something else, we didn't know because we missed this, but they got to the last position on the first stint, and his teammate Scheffler started a really good comeback, and Tapa is continue very well this good pace second stint, and we will see in the third stint where he can where this team can finish. As we know well, this team's third driver is Sabochkish, who is not a slow driver also, and he can come up to the second position.
Yeah. But I got a thing. Name one slow driver on the grid for this race. Spoiler, you can't. We just have fast drivers here, and
Yeah, absolutely. We only have fast drivers, so I can't point for any driver didn't fast. They are all. I have to say they are all world-class drivers. It will be interesting now when we have when he have come to this pit, because his fuel level is
really low.
really low, yeah.
But I think he's on what I was trying to say. He's currently on lap 71. If he pits now, I think he can push. He can afford to push a little bit more than he normally
really
would.
close.
Yeah, the Acta car didn't give him a lot of space on the outside, and definitely did cost him a lot of time. That gave also a shot to the PRT right behind, but Malvi just needs to pit, and hopefully he's still gonna be ahead of Tapai. But even if he isn't, he got fresher tires, and he can afford to push more in the last 20 or so laps, and Malvi's in the pits, and PRT almost follows him in. But now it's all about if Sio Esportive can exit ahead of Tapai. Z changes the tires, mediums on the car, and now it's time for the very slow refueling. Keep in mind that the gap was really close before they pitted, but Tapai made very early pit stop, so he had to put on more fuel. But Malvi encountered the Acta the Acta lap car, which made him lose a bit of time. But the tour stopped by turn 6 and 7 for the Hungarian driver. doesn't take a lot of curb. A lot of curb on the exit though. And now he's gonna do the back straight. While Malvi's in the pits and Payar pits too. Where is Malvi gonna pin? Seems like Malvi has just finished up his refueling. And that may mean that Malvi is gonna come out ahead of Tapai. But I have to see that. And Malvi seems like he's gonna come out of the pits.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he comes out. He comes out. Yeah, so he has
Refueled
build.
less than Tapai.
Yeah. So Tapai lost quite a serious amount of time. And Malvi has actually extended the gap to the Lexus. And that's good for Malvi as his tires are in a pretty good shape as of now. And yeah,
And on these, I have to really thanks for their alpha stream to raised us with 8 viewers. Thank you so much.
yo, that's awesome.
Pleasure to see this. Thank you so much again.
And lap. Oh, Payor has just come out of the pits. I just noticed. So the I think most of the drivers have pit. I think maybe PRT still has to pit. I don't know how long they can go on Vista tires. But they currently halfway through tires, and who knows? Maybe they can stretch the tires to a few more laps. But I don't know. I don't know. And yeah, see Massa. Oh, Massa. Oh, Mata Massa with tires that are gone.
Yeah, their tires gone again, but we expected that because the softs are not really long life tires.
Yeah.
But he had a really good base on his tires. And he go another lap with his tires.
We're taking care of those tires. Well, B6. Okay, I have a few cars that need to pit. Masha, and P6 still need to pit. Even the second ERS car still is yet to pit. But Nixer, I think he's probably gonna jump the two people up ahead. But currently lap 73, and the second ERS car will probably have to give way to the leaders in a bit, because Epoch 13 is it's actually pulling a bit of a gap, but he will probably have to pit in a few laps or so, as that left rear tire is not looking too good, is it?
Yeah, Mohad keeps the distance in Thanks, Zippo. So maybe we won't see any fight for this position. Let's keep the same distance.
Yes. So, I got just checked in with the McLaren currently in P14, but does that battle with Acta
Ishka
the
taking
the
back his.
yeah from is it from a Porsche? Very interesting, but a bit expected given that Acta is on new tires. Hmm. Very interesting. Uh, so he's taking his lap back. Oh yeah, Masha is coming to pits. That's his last stop of the race.
Yeah, it should be. And we are already streaming more than 5 hours, so only the race is 6 hours.
Yeah. Um.
It's not just it's not for only the drivers' endurance, it's endurance for us also. Endurance
Yeah.
broadcasting.
Yeah, for sure. It's an endurance for us trying to commentate.
I don't know which one is needs more focus.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's gonna be mega interesting.
And as I said in the third stint, we will have a third voice again. It's, distinct Poitsy will come
My good
to
friend.
us. Yeah, our good friend. And we have only a little bit more than 10 minutes until the end of this stint. Gertie comes to the pit. And let's take a look to Tapai. It is 4 seconds between him and Malvi. Tapai keeping the gaining to the second position after the pit stop.
Yeah, it is.
And he's eating more fuel again than Malvi. You take a look at for this. Malvi didn't refuel same level in Tapai.
12 laps remaining this stint with Toyota. So, oh, he set another fastest lap, 16.7.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, he's really rocketing. He's really flying right now.
He's on
No, it's-
fire. This
Yeah,
young
he's
driver from the race online Hungary.
young and fast.
Young and fast. This could be a song name.
Yeah.
How will gentleman pass away from the actor?
Yep. And with that, it's 10 laps remaining this stint for him.
Melvin Ascot. What is the gap between third and second position? It's 102 seconds. Oh, Monza, thank you so much for following. We have reached the 273 followers now. Current viewers at 43. Thank you so much, guys.
Right. Yeah, time is ticking now, is it? I do have a bit of a dream, you know, like imagine if Road Atlanta on Gran Turismo 7 had rain.
That will be really exciting, because I have raced on the Road Atlanta in rain, in iRacing, and it was really exciting. I really love to driving in the rain, and it could be more colorful around, but there is no option for it, unfortunately. But the next round on 7th of September, we will going to Suzuka. There will be a rain under the 6 hours, but the exact lobby options are not done yet. And also the third round will be on Monza. There will be no option again for the rain, and even I think there will be there won't be night stint because there is no option on Monza, I think. Well, and the last round of the 2024 season of Masters of Endurance will be on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But it has these two options, so it could be everything on Nordschleife.
So Monza, it's a bit special for me having Monza on the calendar, given that it's the closest track near me, and I've went there a lot of times. So
Yeah, you were
it's
in the last 6 hours endurance race, or not?
I was last year,
Yeah,
the
last
6 hours of
year.
Monza, because now the 6 hours is at Imola.
Ah,
Yeah, but I was there both times, and both times Kobayashi won. So it was very nice. But oh first message from Race Control. We have a blue flag for the 166, if I read that correctly, and McLaren moves by to let a lead lap car through. And we see RS Nick, so
I think it was Jimenez, or not. I don't
nope.
know well.
I think it was a Porsche. It was a Porsche, I think.
Then it was Borbay, or I don't
Uh,
know well, because it's
um,
dark. I didn't saw well.
it's definitely hard to definitely notice that. And Tapai gets the car out of the way.
Papa is
And
really near again to Malvi.
yeah, but keep in mind of the like just think
Oh,
about the tires.
why
Oh,
is the
flashing.
Greek guy flashing his lights for
Oh,
Tapai?
most likely because of the move in turn one.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think the Greek appreciated the move uh going into turn one, which is not a usual place to overtake. So he may have been off guard. He may have been caught off guard there, and didn't appreciate it. Uh, basically. But it was a fair move in my eyes, and maybe it was just an overreaction from the Greek guy.
Yeah, I think it too. But making sure for the viewers, the blue flag in this Masters of Endurance series is not the same in the Formula One.
Yeah.
The car has get the blue flag, don't have to goes down from the ideal line to and slow down. He can keep his pace on the ideal line, but he can't do any defending move or something like that to slow down the coming the fastest lap behind him.
Yeah, it's like the yeah, so just like you said, blue flags are a bit different from F1 here. It's more like yeah, you have a fast guy behind, but it just stays predictable because in endurance racing, blue flags have that meaning that you have a faster guy behind, but uh, I in order to in order for them to pass you, you have to be predictable and if they then they just gotta facilitate. I mean, you don't necessarily have to facilitate it, but if let's say you're in a different class, then you might as well just facilitate it as it will make you lose less time.
I think Malvi feels the storm behind his neck. And it is less than 1 second now.
Yeah, he definitely is feeling the storm. But laps are definitely ticking down. So if he can stay ahead, ooh, that's a costly mistake. That is a very costly mistake from Malvi. Um, and as I was about to say, if he can just keep it in the middle of the road, then he can probably stay ahead of Tapai. But Tapai is really aggressive right now, and he may get that place in a few laps or so. So, so yeah, he's a man on a mission right now, and I do think it's not gonna take a lot unless Malvi can defend from him. But Tapai is really aggressive right now. A lot of pace from the Hungarian driver, but what about Malvi? He has fresher tires, but doesn't seem like that he has.
Yeah, it's a little bit fresher tires.
Yeah, he has fresher tires, but it's not looking promising for him as uh the Lexus behind is really fast right now. So,
How fast are the Porsche in the corners?
yes,
Yes,
yeah, it's pretty fast. If Malvi can just keep it up for 3 more laps, then he's good. Oh, I think 2. I think yeah 3. Because Toyota's 1 lap ahead.
why Tapai didn't use slipstream? I don't know. Let's take a look for Pyor.
Yeah, Toyota just on a world of his own. We go back with Tapai. Struggling a bit to. Whoa, that's.
What was that firework?
that was some lag.
Yeah, Tapai's light in the rockets.
Yeah, their gear just kicking in, and it's not helping his case.
I think Tapai is waiting for something, or don't know. But this is the final lap for Major, and also Malvi and Tapai. Let's see what Tapai will. I think he won't try to overtake Malvi.
Yeah, so it's the final lap. Pyor crosses the line to end stint 2. A dominant display for the Hungarian driver who laps the entire field in 2 hours. And Malvi is Malvi just holds on. Seems to have got together to hold on to second place from Tapai.
It's not enough for
And that's
Tapai.
not enough. That's not. Yeah, that's not enough for Tapai. And Malvi barely gets second. Tapai third. Nixo fourth. PRT fifth. Matemasha currently in sixth. Oh, he's got damage. He's got damage. Masha got damage. And yeah, the Porsches in P6 and 7. I got FTE, 8th, Hatar in P9, the Greek guys in P10. The second Yaris car down in P11, Acta in P12, and the Portuguese guys in last. That was a very, very nice stint.
Sorry for jumping between the teams, but
It's
I
all good.
have to screenshot the gaps from the first car and the others. Quick replay save. Let's take a look for the result of the second stint. Martin Pyre is out of 1 lap from Mavi and Tapai, and the others are 2 laps. It's 2 guys. So Pyre in the first position, Mavi in the second, Tapai in the third, Ixos following them, Jimenez in the fifth, Masha in the sixth position, Corbe in seventh, Mohatibi 8th, Hatar 9th position, 12th position. I don't know name. Sorry, Antanasopoulos. Sorry. Yeah. 11th place on Yars Zipox and Akta Fishka and Rafael closing the line. Yo.
Yeah.
I think we should go for a little break to take a breath, and after 10 or 15, so we will continue the last stint of the 6 hours. We'll be back soon.
you here. We've got the green light. It's time to go racing. Right, here is Trumpet versus Icons.
The race on Lake Erie. Taking the Czech flag first by 1 second.
And we are continuing with the third stint of 6 hours Road Atlanta. Here's me, Balázs Tuska, and my commentator partner Marco
Hey,
Albertini.
yo.
Hey yo, we continue with a big name on the track, Patrick Blajan, who has already started from the pit lane.
Ooh. Yep.
Race
and he's a-
Online Hungary is leading the six hours race already with 1 minute and 51 seconds. After them, Malvin's coming. Malvin coming. And he's followed by the Acte Esports friends with Szabolcs Kis, the Lexus RCF.
Hey, yeah, and we are very nice to see the last few drivers and Blajan, Melvin, and Kiss. I think we've seen Kiss in the Revolution Championship. I think it was in the semi-pro division. He did.
It was Zidek, I think.
Oh, okay. So Kiss was in the pro division, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Apologies, but yeah, we have two. The two Slovak drivers here did race in both. Kiss raced in the pro division and Zidek raced in the semi-pro division, and well, it's always nice to see faces returning to the zero events. So it's nice to see them. And one face that we always like to see is Shaldadi, the zero driver, who is very fast. So it's nice to see him race in these events. And we know what kind of driver he is, so it's always a massive pleasure to see him. Thanks. Another return face to the Zero event, along with Kolosso Druski, whom we can see in the map. Toto FTE is at the pits now. The French driver, followed by Hodruski. Hodruski, who is on mediums, if I saw that correctly, and Toto is on hards. I think Zidek has to come out now. And yeah, so it's gonna be a very interesting stint, because now the track is it's not dark anymore, so the lap times may increase, and see what what Ruski can do as he already passes to the FTE, while Piakos just comes out of the pits. And well, that was interestingly easy. That was a very clean move. And it wasn't even hard fight. It was Lengo. I think Toto realized that the tire difference was massive and just didn't want to lose enough like a lot of time. So, yeah, but Toto will have to soon give way to the car behind, as I think. Oh yeah, Piakos. Yeah, we see Piakos on track now with the other ERS car right behind him, and Jidek right behind him too, and Blejan already on pace, and the Portuguese guys are still yet to come out of the pits. So, yep. And the second ERS car looks like it wants to unlap himself from the Porsche up ahead. And it seems like he has the pace to do it. Already on his outlap, to be fair, so already starting off this stint in very aggressive fashion, I would say. So yeah, Baji, what can we expect from the new stint with the new conditions and so on?
With the new conditions, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
I think there will be the best tire compound is the medium.
Yep.
Again, I think soft was the best in the night under the night. So yeah, we will see it.
And we see an unlapping maneuver from the second ERS car on the Porsche to get himself by and get some clear track ahead to maybe pull away from him.
Yeah. Above taking back his lap from the Project 21 team.
Yeah.
And let's see Gish and Malvin for the second position.
Yep. So, we go back and forth with the drivers. Sheldadi, currently with the fastest lap. He's really not playing around, and we've only done 5 laps. And yeah, we say let's see display. Oh, and he's on medium tires, and he is flying already 16.2. And yeah, so now we're gonna see the last few moves that teams are gonna make in terms of tire strategies, because that's what we kind of marked all race, that the teams and drivers were on different strategies, and Zira it can now use softer tire compounds, as they already used a lot of um a lot of the hard tires early on. So yeah, we're not I mean, it's not a sprint, but you know, it's a marathon to the end. So yeah, I think we're already 1-9 for the. We're almost 1-9 for the way in. Then time does fly. Does it? 'Cause, 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 So as we go back and forth to Travers, unfortunately we're still in a bit of a stuck state where not much is going on. But I'm sure that in just 10 laps or so we're gonna admire some very nice pit strategies, aren't we, Budgie?
Sorry.
Yeah, in like 10 or so laps we're gonna admire some nice pit strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think. I think the Zero did well. They done the under 3. 25% of the 6 hours with hearts on this first stint, and that was the best moment, the best stint for the hearts.
So yeah, so we got to the point where the gaps have been stretched out. But despite this, Shelda is I think is still rocking with his pace. See, 19.7. Shelda is really flying right now, and he's a couple of tenths off the fastest lap from the previous stint, which is pretty amazing if you think about it. Oh, he's still going at it. He's not backing down, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still improving. And
Yeah.
soon he will take back his lap
From
the esports
Kiss.
friends.
Yeah, I think that's Lexus up ahead. Yeah, that's a Lexus ahead. So he's slowly getting unlapped, car after car. Yeah. So in a few laps he's gonna reach Kiss. Who's currently in third position. Oh my god!
What a save.
Yeah, Shelda is pushing a lot. He's really he's really flying right now.
Yeah, he gets the penalty for that.
Oh no, that's yeah. Unfortunate.
We are at 6 hours broadcast.
Yeah.
She's giving back his lap.
Yep.
Rade.
Yeah, and now he just needs to go to Melbourne. And the thing is that if he continues to have this sort of pace, then he may get them back on track. So yeah, so Pitar is just that one bit far ahead from Shelda, just 13 seconds. It's not impossible for him to get it, but we know damn well he can. And we see the leading ERS car driven by the sole Frenchman in this equipment, Colne, 15 seconds ahead of Nexus, who is himself 14 ahead of Shaldadi. So pretty good gaps here, and the Frenchman is doing his best to hold off the lapped actor right behind him. as we approach lap 12. That is. Ooh, mega wide. Seems that the OP line, it's at the optimal line for DSs. It's to hit the grass in specific points around the track, isn't it? Also, I just noticed in the graphic, it says stint 2. Baji.
Oh, yeah. I forgot
Yes.
this.
Yeah. But there we go.
There we go. So, if Shada keeps the space like that while of the third stint, he could reach or be maybe for the fourth place. And it will
So-
be really good stuff from the young driver.
Yep, Manny's gaining a lot, lap after lap. I think he's solidly the fastest car on track.
Yeah, at the moment, because Patrick Blajan, as you know, he's racing on Racing Hearts compound, so maybe won't see this lap from Blajan. So yeah. Marvin also on Hearts.
Yep.
Ugly Sports Friends also doing the hard mandatory. Only Colinet and PRT is on Hearts also. So there is a big chance for Zuri Sports to gain back the match.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. They can definitely do that. But it's gonna if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen in the long term. Because well, it's endurance race and we all know how that goes. Yeah. So lap 13. Pretty calm right now, isn't it? Budgie, do you want to rate deliveries while we're at it?
I think we should rate deliveries with the viewers.
Yeah, let's do
Why
that.
not? Viewers, please comment under the live stream comments. Which point would you rate the racing team livery in a fans list? I say it well. or not.
Yeah. Yo, we got D-Sig Marty in the chat. We out here. FTE livery 110 points. Yeah. Yeah, the FTE livery is very
Yeah,
nice.
we
Like
write it Temperton.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I cannot rate the liveries because they're all beautiful in the same way. But yeah, we out here commentating, says Defing Marty. Pitbull liver is amazing, says Villa Krakovia. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do agree with that, don't we? I personally do think that it's awesome. Um,
But what point do you give, guys? Ampere. Let's go. Rate these liveries. Start with the Pitbull Racing Team livery. For you, Marco, have you liked this livery?
uh, yeah, I do like it. I, I do like it, and it does look slick.
How many points give you? You give for
Oh,
it?
yeah, that's a very good question. Cause it's really hard. Um, hmm. Screw it, I'm just gonna give it 110, right? Because it does. I really do like the combination of silver, uh, black, and that shade of white. It looks beautiful. And we have a follow.
Yeah, Beartic Squeeze. Thank you
Yo.
so much.
Yeah. Yeah, we out here writing liveries. So yeah, PRT definitely does have a very good livery. And I think it looks very slick. Uh, I think some of the viewers think the same, especially given that we just had a follow from one of the PRT drivers. We of course really appreciate it. So yeah, thanks a lot
Yeah.
for the
Let's
follow.
jump to the ERS livery.
That's a very that's the simplified design, but simplified does not mean that it's bad. This is a pretty good design, honestly. It, team colors, white, black, and green. They're all mixed up in a pretty cool manner. Bit boxy, but it really looks nice. Imagine the imagine if you could reflect the paint um during the night. Like as an example, I think in Japanese endurance races, when it turns to night, even some parts of the I think even the number plates get bright. It's like imagine having some LED endurance lights on this car. It definitely uh makes it stealth. It gives me like some very stealth vibes. Um, stealth not like the Gran Turismo 5 liveries, but stealth like a ninja.
Yeah. For
Yeah,
me, this livery looks really cool. The design and the elements of on the decals, but I don't really like the green and white combos. It is a it's a I don't know the word in English, but yeah, only the color combos that what I don't like.
Hmm.
What you say? Be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, we're gonna be careful of what we say, but as we as we've
Uh,
said before, we
I
do like
won't
every
score
livery.
this. I won't score this.
Yeah, yeah. Just we're gonna be really careful of this. Uh, so let's go to the Lexus, the Acta, Lexus livery. Looks pretty nice. It's got that blocky feature that we see on sometimes in liveries, and the combination of blue, uh, white, and I think a bit of yellow, makes it
Yeah,
nice.
it's
Even
mainly
a bit,
gold,
even a
but
splash
yeah,
of red, and
it looks really
yeah.
cool.
Oh, yellow
Ooh,
flag.
there is a yellow. What happened?
Oh, there's a yellow flag around here. Who's gonna? Oh, that's
Oh, a
PRT.
Pitbull Racing team. What
Oh,
happened?
alright, let's see what happened. Oh, he's gone off. He's hit the wall. Yep, yep,
Ooh,
that's damage. That
he
is
got the
serious
damage.
damage, and that's not good. That's he's knocked the front left corner, and oh, that's frustrating.
Goes really wide in the exit of the first turn.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen. Ah, frustrating.
Shame.
Yeah, maybe, but that's unfortunate. That's a pretty easy
Oh,
mistake to
sorry.
pull. Yeah, yeah,
So
that
with
first
that,
corner is real tricky. So
I hope Nexus is all right.
yeah, we do. Yeah, we do hope he's alright.
I think it comes to.
Nope.
No, not.
I think he's gonna wait until his original pit window,
Yeah.
because if you pit early, then you're gonna risk ruining the entire last part of the stint because of it. And given the tires that he's on, I think it's more beneficial if he continues on like normal. Otherwise, he's gonna add one more pit to his tally, and that's not gonna be good for for the
ERS is attacking GTGC.
Yep, and that's gonna be interesting. And I think we're on lap 21. That is looks like I'm on lead lap, but ooh, he's really aggressive. Out of turn 5, second ERS car is really pushing the limits, trying to get Piakos. Piakos is ultimately losing a bit of time, and that's definitely gonna bite him as we go on. Yeah, so see from the chat, apparently PRT needs to go to lap 24 on hard, so that's gonna be a bit painful. But
Whoa!
yeah, that's a bit of contact. I don't know how much Piakos is gonna like it, but he didn't pass him, so it's no harm, no foul. But we get a new follow from Ura del Vento. Oh, that's a name that I haven't heard in a while, but it's very nice to see this name appear once again. So, well, obrigado, Ura del Vento. Thank you for the follow. Wow, was
We can watch back.
really close. Yeah, it was a late move from the ERS car on Piakos. Let's see this one more time. It was really far back, and he went for it the last minute.
And that was really lucky.
Yeah, I think if he had a bit 10 more Ks in, then he would have completely sent him off. But now he's I think, closer than before. And oh, we have a driver in the pits. We have someone in the pits. Yeah, so it seems like he can really push on the brakes at Piakos because
Oh, a little bit
there's
of contact.
Whoa, he almost spins because of it. But wow, that has really compromised his line through there, and yeah, he lets Blajan by. But yeah, Villa Krakovia says that Nexus will pit on lap 23, and while we wait for that, Piakos has lost a lot of time trying to let Blajan by, and that's gonna give a shot to the ERS right behind him. Philipov 90 really close on the back of him, really trying to find a place to overtake, but that's not going to be easy, as we know this track is pretty damn hard to overtake in. So Philipov really trying his best to find that perfect place and opportunity to pass, but Piakos kind of sees it coming and defends a little bit, but that's not gonna help him a lot, is he? Is it? Because it will give him a little exit, but not slow enough for Piakos to pass him or get alongside him. So, ooh.
By the way, under this time, Colinet takes the fastest lap.
Pulling it. Oh, whoa. That was a slide. That was a very big slide.
Yeah, he's on
from
softs.
ERS.
And
Oh,
again,
that's another fastest lap.
improving.
Oh, Colinet, the leading ERS, is going faster and faster as laps go on. Oh, Isti, oh, we have Isti in the chat. Hello, Isti.
Welcome, ST.
As you see,
Nice to see you here.
Piakos is closer than before. He might go for a move if he's confident enough on the brakes. Well, let's see what he does. Piakos actually left the throttle early and doesn't go for a move. And yeah, he's probably gonna pit. Yeah, he pits. So that leaves Piakos alone for now. So lap 23, and if Nexus still hasn't come in. So Nexus is still going long on the tire stint, but yeah, we got Kisses. Still biding his time, and yeah, we got another Patrick Blajan fan here. Daddy really aggressive with the curbs on the grass here. He's really pushing the limits here. But he is catching Koloso Druski lap after lap.
Oh, Colinet. 17.6.
Ooh. Yeah, Colinet. Fastest overall lap. 17.6. And wow. Yeah, so Hodruski now under attack from Shalda Adam Shalda, trying to make a move down the inside. Only makes himself known in the mirrors of the Porsche head, and Nexus goes in the pits to get some more fuel and replace damage. So sorry, fix damage, not replace. Yeah, so he's just gonna fix the damage that he unfortunately had from a previous shunt. But Shunt Adam really really putting Hodorowski under pressure here. You don't want someone chasing you this fast for this much. I'll tell you this from experience. But yeah, he's really, yeah, he's
Ooh, a
oh,
little bit of contact.
oh, that's risky. But oh, that's them by. That's some good sportsmanship, yo. Let's see the replay of it. So, Shaldadi, I said it was real aggressive. Tries to go for it, but oh, he wasn't trying to go for it. I think he misjudged the speed difference deficit between himself and the car ahead. So, ooh. Yeah. All right, fair enough.
But he keeps trying.
Yeah, he's
Really
gonna
want
keep
this
trying.
position from Hodorowski.
Yeah, he has the pace, so of course he's gonna try and go for it. But that's a very good move from Shaldadi, who goes up into 5th place. Very, very good. Wow. And now we go to Collinet, who at one point seemed to be the fastest car on track, and now he's sort of calmed down a little bit, but he's not playing around. He is here and he's gonna go for anything that he can.
But basically, he will have more pit stops than Shalda. So it could be a chance for the young driver to catch up the French guy.
Yeah. Although we're gonna have to see. We got, I think, we got 1 hour and almost 20 minutes remaining in this not only the sim but also the race. I do kind of admire. Oh, now that was really close to the ground. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've been not used to seeing the drivers take so much curve. But oh, Melvin's in the pit. Melvin is in the pit. That could be something. In the pit, pulling on more fuel to go for another stint. COS Sportive. The number 2 911 currently doing a bit of refuel. So and he goes out. So I'm legit stunned that we are 1/3 of the stint in Baji. Time is going by so quickly. Yeah, time is going by so quickly. We are already 1/3 of the way in.
Oh, Collinet has come to the first position.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very good. That's about that I didn't expect. So Collinet is now trying to attack Melvin, who has just come out of the pits. And what do you make of it? This is interesting. So Collinet, arguably one of the fastest cars on track right now, attacking Melvin, who has just come out of the pits. And we go down to the chicane. Both of them side by side, the two Frenchmen trying to battle for a position that might be worth something towards the end. Oh, there's contact! Whoa, that almost sent Collinet off, but he held it well to essentially complete the pass. But I don't think Melvin was happy about possibly being close the door again. So yeah, that was a real aggressive move from Collinet, but definitely made it work even with that slide. So that was a really good move. Let's see a replay of it from the TV's perspective. Let's see, so that Melvin gave him the inside, and probably was hoping to try and go around the outside of him, and he definitely was trying to do it, but there was contact, I think, before the apex. I think Collinet fight was clear mid corner and started to turn in, and probably didn't acknowledge that Melvin was still there. We have support from Toto in the chat. Toto's who's currently P6, flying the French flag for FTE. Currently doing a pretty good job, and we see Nexus behind Panks. So Nexus, who was off in turn 1 a few laps ago. Oh, we have a yellow flag up ahead, but Nexus tries to go for this contact, and Panks almost spins. That was interesting. Let's see this one more time. I think Nexus got scared of the yellow flags and did back off, but once he realized that the yellow flags weren't there, he tried to go for the move, but it was way too late, and Panks Fayad cleared him, but didn't work out for him. But we avoided a crash. That's good. And oh, there is the Pipov. There is Pipov, who is not on the same lap as them, but could definitely gain something out of here. So Baji, the battle's really heating up right now. Yeah. And do you think we're gonna see more of this, even though we have I think 60 laps remaining?
Yeah, absolutely. I think BRT would like to gain up to better position, so we'll try again this multi-motive run.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's can. Okay, so Hodruski is getting shown about the blue flags, but let's go back with Nexus, who is really not he's not giving up anytime, is he? And that's what we like to see from the drivers, but Nexus really putting the pressure on Panks, and Nexus goes for it. Really, this time commits to it and makes the move done at the chicane, and he gets himself up to P7. Very good move from the Polish driver.
There is Triopal.
Yeah.
Wants to take back his
Lap.
pants. Oh, and Patrick zero level.
Oh,
Bit.
yeah, that's interesting. That is definitely interesting, cause we barely see people enter the pits
Oh,
with.
what's happening there?
Ooh, question. No. So Polinet and Melvin are still battling, and that's gonna make them both lose a lot of time. So
Has longer life on his tires.
yep.
I'm trying to catch up.
Yep. Right. Okay. So Melvin goes back down the inside, and this time he closes the door shut on Colinet at the chicane, paying back the favor, but Colinet goes back in the pits. Colinet is in the pits now. Nice.
Oops. Yeah, and let's see. No, the bears come again, Colinet.
So, so yeah, Blajan has finally finished the his pit stop. It's a pretty long pit stop. So yeah, Kiss is in the pits. Hmm. So, uh, so yeah. Now Shalda has clean track up ahead that he can use to his advantage. He's got, I think, he can make it to lap 40, I think. So yeah. Well, so
That was
say hi.
close.
Yeah.
Gets behind.
Whoa! Shalda is really pushing the limits here. He's out there pushing as much as he can. Wow. He's you know, there's something really, really nice about seeing drivers push to their limits. Because you see them given the absolute maximum on track, and sometimes it goes well, but sometimes it doesn't go. It doesn't go well. But you can just see the commitment that these drivers have got, and it's really admirable, in my opinion. Don't you think? So, so, ooh, yeah, we're almost, we're almost 1 hour in this sit. Uh, yeah, so, so wait, that's Kiss up ahead? Yeah, so Kiss is up ahead, and Kiss has just come out ahead of Daddy. On new tires, on hard. Yeah, just as I expected. I expected the Lexus to go on hards towards the end, but unfortunately the Lexus is not that fast on hard tires, and it has trouble trying to get traction in slow corners on these kind of tires. But Shaldadi does not care about it, and he goes for a move that momentarily takes him to P3 and could very well be something good for his team. You see Shalda is really rocking with the pace, mid 18s on a consistent basis, and those mediums are definitely paying off, aren't they? And he is really he's given a rest. I think that's the fastest we've seen from Shaldadi, and I think that once the next Zero Evolution season rolls around, he's gonna be unbeatable. Uh, so yeah. Oh, Melvin's in the pits again. Oh, he got damage. He got damage on the front bumper. He got damage.
Razor is
Melvin got a steering wheel
writing on the
disconnection.
chat. Melvin got a steering wheel disconnection and lost a lot of time. Big damage. Ooh.
No. That's heartbreaking. That's really heartbreaking. He was doing really well, and that's gonna set him back a lot. And that's certainly something they don't want, especially during an endurance race. Imagine putting a lot of effort in just for the wheel to disconnect, and yeah, and Shaldadi goes past Melvin to momentarily be up in second place. And pretty good move from Melvin, from Shaldadi, but heartbreaking for Melvin. And Melvin is gonna be in the clutches of Kiss pretty soon. But and Kiss gets a penalty. Kiss gets a penalty. Well, that's not ideal for him, as he was just passed by Shaldadi, I think a lap ago. But almost we got 1 hour and 2 minutes remaining. So yeah, we're onto something. Yeah, we're onto something. But you know, maybe I think Melvin has got his pace back because he's still really close to Shalda, and Shalda is losing the tires now. Yeah. Oh, interesting. We got a real discussion in the chat. So, Eros Matthew says they had FFB problems during his stint, and and we got news that Melvin's on Fanatec. Fanatec.
That's an aggressive.
Yeah, that's a good exit.
Attacking.
Yeah, that's a very good exit.
Let's see
from
what we got
Melvin.
from this.
Yeah, he's gonna go around the outside. Shalda's not gonna fight it. Shalda knows that he's gonna pit in a few laps, or even this lap.
Yeah,
no, he's not gonna pit. Yeah. Shalda's playing a very good game. He is thinking about long term, but yeah. Going back on the Fanatec, I will say that's a bit of an unfortunate time to have a Fanatec right now, given the state of the company. I cannot speak because I have a Thrustmaster, but I think at the moment it's better than having a Fanatec.
Yeah, I have also a Thrustmaster, so I can say any words against Fanatec.
Yeah. So I got text from Paitsy. Unfortunately, he can't join. So
Yeah, he got ill in this morning, but tried to better, but
yeah, it's unfortunate. We wish him the best
not.
and a speedy recovery.
Yeah, we wish you Paitsy a great and fast recovery. Love you. Love you, mate. Let's see what we have back of the grid. Everyone is just goes around and round. No any close gaps. Cars. There, the French team Esport and the Elite Racing Squad second lineup has 5 seconds gap. Toto is on fresher tires than Pio Pao, and he had to come to the pit soon because his tires to go. And in the pit, Kolinet climbing up to Szabolcs-Kis. As fast as he can, because he have to follow Charles Adi's pace, but he has
Yeah,
he has already dead tires.
yeah, yeah. I think that now it's a bit difficult to massively overheat the tires. But you know, it's we're gone to a point. We've gone to a point where we have only 1 hour remaining, and possibly 1 to 2 pit stops remaining, and
Yeah,
I do want
don't
to-
forget we jump into the last star of the 6 hours of Road Atlanta, so
yeah, we're gonna see the official results when everyone crosses the line. And shall the pits on lap 42.
and where he will come back, because Nexus is really close.
I think Lexus might get him. So
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
yeah, passed by Nexus.
but we have
Yeah,
he will have
he will pit
pit stop
soon.
also. Let's take a look back to Kolinet.
Yeah, he's gonna pit soon. There's no way he gets it. And I think let's say replay of Kolinet on Kiss. What happened with them? As we check the left turn shot again. Hold on, Yoko Haiba team. Yeah, so the Harbo 74 driven by Collinet overtook Kiss down towards the chicane. That was a good and simple move by the Frenchman, who takes a bit too much of the curb. He laps. Shalda. Shalda has been lapped. But I think
Let's see which tires.
it's a medium.
Charles' car.
Yeah. All right. That's a good tire. Still a very good tire choice, to be fair. Really, really good tire choice. So, lap 44. Well, that's a wide exit from Shadadia. I hope that's not a penalty.
No,
Oh,
it is a
yeah.
penalty.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna be a penalty, unfortunately.
The game is not making differences between cars.
Yeah. Yeah, the track limits are pretty damn strict here. In some ways, they don't make sense. Because I don't. At least in turn 5, it doesn't reflect the actual track limit in real life.
So Collinet have to beat minimum once in the stint.
Yep.
But I'm not sure Charles' tires will.
My safe guess is that he's gonna do 2 more stops.
Yeah.
That's my safe guess.
We should exit that. There's our race leader, the race online Hungary, Scar, Subaru BRZ, Patrick Blanchan, wheel, who's leading with nearly 2 minutes. In front of the C Sportive.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So this car, we haven't exactly seen much of it during Viston, because it's just been there up in the lead, and has just taken his time, making laps go down, and he's just doing it flawlessly, I must say.
It looks like Mihaly Destined Bajor did a dirty job for their teammate Patrick, but it is not, because he's on the hard tires and he have to complete the mandatory requirement of the tires. The 68 laps on the hards, so it is not easy.
So yeah, hard task with trying to drive on hard tires for this part of the sim, but they do have a very big gap. Like they have a 1 lap gap. So so yeah, I would say that they're covered, even though even though they have to use these tires, they do have a lot very big gap. Nexus pit, but yeah, they do have a very big gap to play with, so you really gotta play in their part.
I think he comes back to the 7th position. Maybe Pants will take over, but it will be pretty close.
Yeah. So Zelda momentarily in E6.
Yeah, he is closing up to Hodruski.
Holdruski. Yeah, that gap is just going down and down. And I think it will take much before
He also closing up to Colinet.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I remember that when Shalda pitted, he came out just behind Colinet. But he's gonna have to make the move again on track, and hopefully get the distance they need to. Ooh, that's Colinet is just not having any of it, and forces Shalda to go to the outside, but Shalda manages to get the move done, so Shalda regains that lap on Colinet, and I don't think he's gonna be happy about it.
That
But
was really clear from both drivers.
yeah, although Shalda is now gonna fly away, isn't he? He's on much newer tires. So now it's all about how Shalda pulls away from Colinet while Kiss is right there behind, and Hodruski is on completely. Hey, the tires are going on that Porsche as he goes down to the chicane. Probably gonna pit either this lap or next lap, but yeah, he's gonna pit soon, I think. Yeah, really, he's on the edge. He's on the edge, and he doesn't pit. He doesn't pit. He's probably gonna come in next lap.
Yeah, one more extra lap.
Yeah. So, yeah. So we have 40 or so laps remaining. At this point. It's definitely crazy. Just like I said in the previous sim, I feel like I've just started commentating and a lot of time has just passed. So yeah, love how in every stint the fastest lap has improved. So Colinet currently V3 holds the overall fastest lap, and Blajan still leading. Not the fastest car on track, but definitely definitely doing what the team needs him to be doing right at the moment. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we're now up to a point where it's time for the power station to start. Calda really taking care of those tires, you know, and I I do think he's gonna go to maybe lap 60. I would think. I think I think he's gonna go to lap 60. Hmm. But I don't know. Budgie, how long do you think is Zelda gonna go on tires?
I think about 10 laps or 12. No more, I think.
So yeah, yep, blue flag for Shalda. Hodorowski pits. Um. Uh. Okay, so that was a momentary blue flags for Shalda, but Shalda is really flying right now. He's on a flyer, and yeah, yeah, I think he's gonna. Well, actually, I think he may go more than top 60. I think he pitted around like 48 or something. I think he'll go longer than that. Holy net with 0 comes in. And yeah, Melvin currently on pretty old tires. He's gonna have to pit, I think, 2 more times. Oh, okay. Oh, uh, so yeah. Uh, well, a bit of a technical problem, at least from my POV.
No, everything is good. Check. I just take it a screenshot.
So, yeah, so I think we're gonna see some pit stops in a few laps or so. So yeah. Um. mm, So Buzzy.
Yes, Marco?
So this we're coming down to the end of the month of May. You know, the month of May is notorious for the Monaco Grand Prix and the Indy 500. Um, what event would you recommend to watch between the two?
Excuse me. Sorry, I'm a little bit tired, so.
It's so good. Uh, but basically, the month of May is famous because um, we have three very big races in three forms of motorsport, and they all have history behind it. The Coca-Cola 600 in NASCAR, Indy 500 for IndyCar, and Monaco Grand Prix for Formula One.
Ah.
Um, are you looking forward to like what's the event that you look forward to the most?
All of them.
Nice.
All of them. I'm planning to travel once in my life to 24 hours Nürburgring, and even I will try to travel to Spa, but it would be really good if anyone of your list. So yeah.
Yeah. My case, I personally look forward to the Indy 500 because I think we got some history at hand because Kyle Larson is doing the double for Indy 500 and Coca-Cola 600 on the same day. Um, but yeah, even like the Monaco GP, we're gonna. I think qualifying. Wait, has qualifying already been held, or 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 am I missing something? Wait. Wait, have they already done qualifying for F1? Or oh yeah, they have done qualifying for F1. Oh, oh, okay. Um, right. So, Leclerc got pole.
Oh, you don't say. Leclerc
Oh,
comes to the pole position on Monaco. Jesus Christ! Finally.
yeah, the Piastri second.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
where's Verstappen?
Um, P6.
Yes.
Oh, oh, yeah. Oh God. So, it's Leclerc, Piastri, Sainz, Norris, Russell, Verstappen, Hamilton, Tsunoda, Albon, and Gasly.
there is
Ocon,
there is no TV on my room, so I can't follow
uh,
Formula One.
well, I'm just watching the results, from, uh, from Google right now, as
I'm
on the second
not enough
screen.
multitasking for this also.
I, I'm, I mean, I'm watching from a second screen. I'm doing a lot
Yeah,
of things
yeah.
here.
Nah, I'm watching something else on my second
Oh,
screen.
Max hit the wall, apparently. Okay. And I think it's Ocon, Hulkenberg, Ricardo, Stroll, Magnussen, Alonso got qualified by Stroll again. Sargent, Perez, Bottas, and Zhou. Then Perez is P18. Damn. Alright. Okay. I, and Melvin's in the pits. Oh, Max hit the wall. Oh. Yeah. All right. That's interesting. I didn't expect it to happen. Yeah, so definitely interesting. So wait, let me check the chat again. Oh, yeah, Max hit the wall. Well, where did Max hit it? I'm lucky surprised. Uh, and going back to a message that was in the voice chat, sorry, in the text chat. I don't know, man. Like, if Leclerc wins, then the curse is lifted, because so far he has never he has finished the race, but he hasn't finished on the podium in Monaco. So yeah.
There is only close gap behind Collinet and Falda.
Yeah. That's interesting. Okay, so we might have a battle in our hands. That's certainly what we like to see. So, Hodorowski trying to, I think an up and stuff from, is that Shalda? I think that's Shalda.
Yeah, Hodorowski would like to take back his lap from Shalda, and the game is giving him a blue flag from Collinet, but he's too far for doing anything. French team as eSport in the pit now.
Yeah, so FT is in the pits. Season, a lot of fuel being put into the car. And Toto is gonna come out of the pits, hopefully in a good position. Okay, so yeah, Kiss is currently in P2, and we're expecting the Slovak driver, who is currently running in a pretty good place.
having on the third position. The COE driver. Followed by Adam Schalda from Zero Esports. Jonathan
So-
Collinet on the 5th position.
On Nexus in the pits. Nexus in the pits.
BRT.
And see how he's gonna handle the situation, because Collinet is he still needs to do one more pit stop. And there is one car between him and Shaldadi. So sorry, Shaldadi. Ooh, a lot of tires screaming down here with Shaldadi trying his ultimate best to stay ahead of him, but ooh, yeah, the Acton 911 is going off in a lot of places, and Colin is gonna try and go around the outside of him, and he actually makes a move stick before turn 6, and now Shaldadi is under pressure. So Shaldadi now has to defend from the ERS driver Collinet. 911 versus AMG, Toshikane, let's see who has got the edge here. AMG down the inside, Collinet really sending it in and making the move stick. It's a really, really good move here, and Shaldadi goes in the pits. Shaldadi in the pits, and let's see the tires. Okay, the fuel is fine. Let's see the move, actually. I have a feeling that Shalda may go to the end on this set. I don't exactly remember when he last pitted, but I feel like he can go long on this stint. So yeah, and that was a pretty good replay of it. Shaldadi still in the pits, so currently in P5.
And this will be interesting, because May Shalda could go to the end with new fresh tires, but Collinet maybe not. Absolutely not. So Collinet will have one more pit stop. Absolutely, minimum one more. Oh, Shaldas goes on
Ooh.
soft tires. I think it is a mistake
Uh,
from him. Oh,
oh, that's an ERS off. That's Pupuff.
that's Collinet.
That's
Or not. Where
that's
is
Pupuff. That was Pupuff.
Piopo?
Oh, that's not good. See what happened here. Down to the S's, taking a lot of curb. Oh! Yeah.
But he was very careful and very clever with joining back to the track. So, good job for Piopo.
Yeah.
Luckily, he didn't touch the wall or anything else on the track. road.
So, Melvin currently in P3. They're having a pretty good rise. Tickets almost had it.
I think
Taking very
this
time
will
line.
pit stop in the next lap, because doing the
Fuel.
mandatory or not. Sorry, the next 2 lap,
I
because
think you
the
can.
one formation lap did not count to the mandatory.
Yeah. So, thing is that Kiss can go pretty long on this stint, I think, and well, lap 67, and if he's gonna pit, which he will do in a few laps, of course, he's gonna end the race on that stint of tires. So, the fuel. The question is about the fuel, because I feel like that Kiss could go maybe 4 to 5 more laps on this set of tires, but the fuel is definitely the main issue here. Because I'm sure if it wasn't for the fuel,
Oh,
then
Blajan on the pits.
oh, Blajan. Speaking of fuel, Blajan with 0 liters comes in.
And I think he will come out with soft tires. Or maybe not. Anything could be happen. Because he done the mandatory parts.
Very, very interesting. So yeah, that's gonna be a very long time in the pits.
Yeah, it will be the last pit stop for him.
So yeah, that's the last pit stop of Blajan, as he's gonna go to the end on this set of tires. Oh, 3-second penalty. That's a pretty big penalty for Blajan. That's for the pit lane, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, I mean, it will not make him lose positions on track, but that's still a pretty big penalty. So
He's in the pit.
yeah, in the pit. Kiss is in the pits, and Melbourne I think will come later. Still got one more pit to make, and so does Colin and even Shaldadi. But Shaldadi has now officially gone ahead of Hodorowski. So currently calling it in P3, P3, but it's gonna have to come in the pits pretty soon because his fuel is not looking too good, is it? And Kiss comes out of the pits now. Mediums on. That's a pretty good strat. So, as we spectate Shaldadi, just had another fastest lap of the race, 17.2. 17.2. That's a pretty good lap. So,
But he can goes to the end with these tires.
nah, yeah, he can't. Unless he pulls some magic, but I really doubt he can go to the end. On to his tires.
But behind him was two racing team of the lineup 1 and Red Bull Racing Team have to pit also, so he won't lose any position, but he could race for position with Collinet if he chose racing mediums previous pit stop. I think but I'm not too sure about it.
So, yeah, it's gonna come in this lap for sure. His fuel is almost done. Oh, he can go for another lap? I'm generally surprised about it. I actually am a bit surprised by it. I didn't think that the Haribo car would go this long on fuel, but it's actually going pretty well for him. I mean, he has one last lap to put in because he's one down to Blajan. But that's so good because because the more he stretches out his stint, the less he puts in, and Melvin just comes in the pits with 0 liters of fuel. So, yeah, Melvin is currently balling right now, and with Collinet coming in this lap, I would think we're not gonna see a position change. Actually, we're gonna see, but it's gonna be a more temporary one, as I think Kiss has a few more laps in him to before his final stop. And okay, no, he's going to the end. I apologize.
There
I
is
forgot.
news from the race control. We have look forward to check how the drivers participate in this event, and unfortunately Patrick Blajan don't have grid finder registration on the website and the problem is with that, it is a mandatory requirement for all drivers and team managers to be on the website, on the grid finder, on our championship, and the Race Online Hungary will be penalized for this. The decision is not done yet. The stewards are investigating this thing. But yeah, unfortunately, he has no grid finder registration, so
Curious.
it will
guys.
be penalized from the stewards.
That's an interesting way to get a penalty. That's the first time I've heard of somebody getting penalized because they weren't registered on the official site.
They have registered the driver for
Yeah.
the Google form, where the official Google form.
Yeah,
As
but
a
not for
reserve
Grid
driver,
Finder.
but he didn't entries to the Grid Finder Championship,
Yeah.
and this is a mandatory requirement.
Yeah. I'm low-key surprised that they didn't bother doing that. They didn't make him register for Grid Finder. And so yeah, that's kind of interesting. I'm interested in what kind of penalty they might get, because they have a very big gap. So
Yeah, they have, because this is why the decision is not done yet. Oh, Podruski. What's happening here?
see, with Colinet down the inside, Kodruski has no front,
it's not
has
Colinet.
no rear left tire.
It's Biopao.
Oh, it's Biopov. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Biopao
no.
takes his left back
Apologies.
from Podruski. And Podruski
Ooh.
starts an extra lap with a really close red tires, but he has white pixels on the left tires, and now he hasn't have.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's on the limit.
Yeah. He is pushing the limits. I think his favorite driver is Hamilton. I can imagine he's doing a radio call for his team. Hey, my tire's gone.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to pit. He's gonna have to pit. There's no way he's making another lap. He has no left side tires that he's gonna come into pit suit. Right, easy here. Well, almost no fuel, but
BRT Squeeze asking in the
Really?
chat, isn't there penalty for racing on red tires? Yes, there's penalty for racing on red tires, but Hodruski started his lap with a little bit white tires. There was a pixel of white line in the marking the HUD, so it is accepted.
So, um, so that's the loophole here. You can have pretty dead tires, but if you can just squeeze like even 1% of a white line in the tire marker, then you're all good to go. But yeah, Sheldon needs to pit this lap for sure.
Ooh,
Yeah, Sheldon needs to pit this lap for sure. And yeah, so quick.
but the stewards have to check
Yeah.
Charles' tires after the race started or not. The red tires lap.
Yep. For sure.
But luckily we don't have any big big contacts or anything else in the field, so only these mandatory things what we have to check after the race yet.
It's so I think 11 laps remaining. Time does fly, man.
Ooh. Melvin will trying to catch up to Ish.
Ooh.
That was
That
really
was-
really close.
He's really going for it.
You can see this again.
That was pretty damn close. Oh,
But it's coming
See-
out from the pit.
see, it's going. Oh,
And may it should be investigated by the stewards. Should be,
yeah, yeah, no.
it should be an accident. Sorry, it could be a bigger accident if Melvin didn't watch this carefully.
Yeah. So that was pretty aggressive, but at the same time, like I don't know where Melvin wanted to go, because there wasn't enough. There wasn't a lot of space down there. So yeah. So Sinto Terra now taking the the tracks for the last few times. Been 6 long hours. Actually, almost 6 long hours here. But yeah, the broadcast is still going strong, is it? Is it, Budgie?
Sorry?
The our broadcast is still going strong even after so much time, you know.
Marvin
Oh
is
well.
closing up.
Yeah, it's seriously closing up, and given how we might have a penalty for the leaders, who knows? Maybe they could gain something out of it. So yeah, and so yeah. And see if Race Control got anything for us. Okay. So, right now, Race Control hasn't. We don't have anything. But we'll surely get something. Before the race ends.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know anyone reported any incident, but we will check after the race this. Malvin is pushing hard as he can. He's trying to catch up to the second position. And as we can see, Adam Shada is on fresh tires with the fastest lap in the stint. I think there will be no chance to catch up to Colinet. Let's take a look for the other teams. There is no close gaps. The other half of the grid. Only there is 12 seconds gap between French team eSport and the Moto21 team, and 13 seconds between Red Bull Racing team and the eSports first lineup. Charles is taking back his lap from Sobochkish. And we are closing to the end of the 6 hours of Road Atlanta. We have 5 laps remaining. Is leading by the Race Online Hungary. Unfortunately, we'll get penalty, but we don't know yet which penalty they will get after the after the race. And Melvin is closing up to the second position. Oh, and I think there was a mistake from Shalda, because
Yep.
he takes back his position, his lap from Kish in the previous lap, but he's behind him. So
So yeah. So yeah, it's a bit crazy that oh. Yeah, Melvin is currently trying to catch Kiss, but there is one small, or shall I say, an adventurous Shaldadi right in the middle between both of them. So Melvin is most likely getting a podium out of this one. Let's see what we got here.
just to not ride on the HUD, the low fuel level in the middle of the screen.
The gap is really decreasing 1.2 seconds last time around. So it's gonna be interesting to see whether if Melvin can get Shalda out of the way, or Shalda can get kissed before the end of the race. But currently on lap 88, I think. Given that Bludgeon is one lap ahead. Let's just check the chat. Melvin really wants P2 to make the wheel disconnection less painful. Yeah, yeah, I think that's nice. A pretty good thing. That's a pretty good thing to hope for. We have 41 viewers. I think that's the peak of the stream. Correct me Budgie if I'm wrong, but nice.
No, I don't know. I don't see this info about the stream. I will see this after the broadcast.
Alright, fair enough.
I
Yeah,
see
so-
only the current number of the viewers.
Yeah, so we are watching Patrick Blajan. Actually, Melvin, who has passed Shaldadi. So Melvin is on course to possibly get kissed, but he has only 2 laps to make that work. And it may actually work because seems like he has a lot of speed, but we have to see if he can gain all that time. But it's gonna be a bit hard. 1.2 seconds. It's gonna be hard to gain that in 1.2 laps. I got Sabi supporters in the chat.
I think it will be the last lap, because Blajan starts the last lap, and may it will be also the last for Gish and Malvin, or not. It will be not.
No, because
They will have one more lap.
yeah, exactly. Because Blajan was behind them. But
if the Race Online Hungary will get the penalty, we can say this fight is for the winning the 6 hours through Atlanta. But Melvin gets a penalty, and he's slowed down on the back straight.
Yeah, that's. I think that is
the last lap for the guys.
Yeah. Yeah. So pretty nice. Really interesting to see that, but Blajan wins the stint, but we'll have to see what the penalty is going to be after the race.
Yeah, it is under investigation, but congratulations to Race Online Hungary with very well dominating in the 6 hours race, in the wall 6 hours. But there is only 1 second between Malvin and Szabolcs. There is only 1 corner. And the Octa Esports friends going through the finish line. Also, CUS Sportive on the 3rd position. 4th position on the ERS. Haribo. And we have reached the end of the 6 hours race of Road Atlanta. Save the replay and take a look to the result of the 3rd stint.
Yeah, pretty big gaps, but that was a really good job from everyone. So we do thank everyone for having participated in the race. Oh well. Then Sitoton P9, Pupavin, P10, Piakos and P11, Jidek P12, and Homo in P13 after a very frustrating stint. Wow, it's crazy to see that that has finished that the race has finished. It's
Yeah, I think we have no enough power to feel the flow for this. So sorry about this, but we are really exhausted after this nearly 8 hours streaming.
yeah, uh,
But
pretty long.
congratulations for every driver
Mhm.
and thank you so much for the commentators. Also you for you, Marco, uh, and also stewarding team
Mm.
behind the scenes because we can't race without you guys and thank you so much. Again, congratulations for every diver team. And also thank you, new followers. We have reached the 6 followers in this uh, broadcast, and we have while the 6 hours about 40 average viewers after the broadcast. So thank you so much for
Yeah, thanks.
I think we won't have any interviews because can't find any words for the end of the broadcast. We are really exhausted, and I hope guys are okay with it. But it's won't be worst if you're trying to interview. What you think about Marco?
Oh yeah, sure. We could do that.
I think we do this.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, but it will be really excited to know how the driver think about this after this race. Maybe we'll do podcast or as to up this. So sorry and thank you so much. And don't forget to follow us in Instagram and Facebook page because the official results of the 6 hours race will be posted soon next week in their pages. So like to race community, feel to join Discord server where you can find lots of endurance registration, so can register your team to the championship. It is not closed the registration, so whenever you want to register is.
Yeah.
So I think it's time to end the broadcast. Marco,
Yeah.
do you have any words?
I think you stole them from me.
So yeah, we have to go and wish you everyone the best for the next time we'll see together and night and take a good rest after the 6 hours.
Yeah. See ya.
See you guys. Thank you so much.
got the green light. It's time to go racing.